All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Late Show with your host, Young Brando. I'm in Los Angeles, and I'm happy to be talking watches with you again. We're gonna start off with some of my favorite releases from Watches and Wonders. Feel free to drop yours in the chat. I really want to know what releases you liked, whether you enjoyed the Rolex releases or some of the new hot stuff that was coming from Cartier or maybe from the more obscure brands. Feel free to just drop it in to the chat. All opinions welcome, of course. All watches are welcome. Everyone is welcome on this channel. As always, thank you, GD, for reminding everyone to upvote. Um, I know some of you are sometimes hesitant. I see this sometimes even on Instagram, where the youngins just double tap automatically. I have a lot of my posts that people comment furiously and don't even hit the like. I know we are from a different generation, but it's just a little boost, just a little show of support. So I really appreciate you, GD. Respectos for hitting the upvote right away. I work hard for it. I will work hard for it in the next 4 hours, believe me. I've talked about Chopard and their revival, their reissue of their original manufacture watch in 1997. That was when Karl Friedrich Schäufele wanted to reestablish LUC and put it on the map as an independent manufacturer, producing watches of the highest caliber, deserving of the hallmark of Geneva. And they have gone leaps and bounds since, but it all rose on that micro rotor caliber, on which they spared no expense, and for which Michel Parmigiani, whom we know, of course, among other brands, for his work in Parmigiani Fleurier, he spent 5 years on the development of that caliber. So my first pick from my favorite releases was that revival, that reissue of the original Chopard 1860 that they had released um, in, oops, that's not it. The original Chopard 1860 that they released in 1997, and that today has become a collectible in its own rights. They did something a little different this time around. They preserved the perfect proportions of the watch, which is like the platonic ideal of a dress watch: 36.5 millimeter in diameter, less than 8.5 in thickness. Of course, thanks to that micro rotor caliber, which sinks in the miniaturized rotor to the level of the bridge plates. They have eliminated the date window at 6, which I appreciate, which I think is a nice touch. A few other cosmetic changes on the dial, and I'm sure the OCDs among us, including myself, will notice them. I have always appreciated the way the guilloche is placed to draw attention to a certain part of the dial. Here, it is as if it emanates from the plaque that carries the brand name. I love that. I love when that sort of decoration, for example, emanates from the tourbillon cage for a watch of that sort, rather than just being placed right at the center of the dial where they stack the hands. No problem, of course. That's how it's traditionally done. No complaints, but this is a special touch. I appreciate that. And the framing that both the center of the dial and the periphery has received in seemingly white gold, and I'm sure the dial has been produced from a gold blank in either case, is also a nice touch that I think enhances the watch. Of course, this time we have a case that is produced in stainless steel with lugs that seem to be a little more slender, slightly more extended to my eyes. I haven't seen this watch in person, but the older versions, I feel like were a little shorter in the lugs. In either case, they were all produced in precious metal. So if you happen to have one of those in your collection, you have an excuse to add this one too. That was my first choice. I do have another interesting choice. Hi, JJ. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, man. And I want to start off that particular choice by talking about Cartier. The Morgan Stanley report on the Swiss luxury watch market was just released at the end of March, going into the watches and wonders, basically. And there are some interesting notes there. They declare Richemont as kind of the undisputed champion. Of course, everything being relative, everyone knows that Rolex cannot be contested. They operate at a different level, right? You can add Cartier, Omega, Audemars Piguet, and Patek Philippe on top of each other. You need Richard Mille as well for them to finally supersede Rolex in terms of revenue and number of units sold. I actually don't know if they would pass Rolex in number of units sold that way, but no matter. The point is, it's simply not that kind of competition. In either case, Cartier has been consistently at the runners-up spot for the last 3 years, and number third before then. And it is, I think, a resounding success. They really made that second place spot their own over the last few years. I think with a lot of focus on what made them so distinctive, which was, of course, always their unique designs, their signature models. Hey, man. David, this is a list that's not made by sentiment, that's not made by preference, that's simply expressed by consolidating sales figures at the retail level, right? So, no surprise there. I don't think you should be that surprised that Tissot or Tag Heuer sells more watches than Tudor, although Tudor has come leaps and bounds since a while ago, since its reintroduction in the US market. If you look at this data, 2017, it's not even in top 20. It breaks into the top 20 in 2018. And by now, it has kind of become a mid-table team over the last few years. I think for a quote-unquote sister brand, that's a resounding success, and it's a consistent one. But coming back to Cartier, I always say, any brand is lucky enough to have one iconic watch, right? When we think of Audemars Piguet, we automatically think of the Royal Oak and usually nothing else. When we think of Omega, Speedmaster comes to mind, maybe the Seamaster as the Bond watch, but that's about it. When you think of IWC, their pilot watches, maybe pilots chronographs, but that's not really their distinctive tradition. Breitling has a Navi timer, so on and so forth. Gégé Lecoutre has the Reverso, but it's hard to come up usually with a second model, at least for the average watch enthusiast for any of these brands. Rolex has one icon after another in their catalog, right? Some like it, some like it hot, so to speak. Some like Submariners, some like GMT Masters, some like the Daytona. Others might prefer the date, the date just. They all represent something else, and they all have in their own legacy, right? Cartier had this moment from 1998 to 2003. Um, Now a very interesting series of collectible watches that came out of Cartier Paris and tried to combine what was best in high horology with some of the best designs by Cartier. And that was really the jumping board that brought us to our day. Um, and they have stuck to what they know best, which is designs, which is iconic models, which of course includes the tank, which in all its different sizes and iterations offers something for just about anyone. It is a unisex watch. You have the Santos, which is the first wristwatch to be made for men, right? Men used to have pocket watches before Alberto Santos Dumont, the gentleman pilot, asked his friend Louis Cartier to design him something to be worn on his wrist in the cockpit so he could actually check the time at a glance to navigate. Of course, at that time that was important, hence that uh, riveted bezel that actually harkens back to those riveted plates of the contemporary planes from their time, from the early 20th century. They of course also have the Pasha, of which the most recent iteration is done by the hand of none other than Gerard Janta. And, you can have an entire catalog just from variations of the tank I mentioned. Of course, the Crash, it's its own niche. Uh, the Pebble has been released and sold out at the drop of the pin, so on and so forth. So since they have come to terms with the fact that there is nothing to be embarrassed by in combining uh, performance calibers with great design, they have really solidified their place at the top, um, first as number three, and nowadays as the runner up. They really sell a lot of watches. Eric, it's so nice to see you, and David. Um, hey, man, as they say, man lie, woman lie, numbers don't lie. Jay-Z has a verse like that too, right? So it is what it is. You can't really argue with them. And I'm presenting this only as a segue into the strength of the brand, of the equity they have built over the last few years. And every Watches and Wonders, the last 2 years, they have come up with something interesting. The Santos Dumont, which is the dressier version of the Santos series, had a lot of fire watches and limited editions from last year. This time they redesigned a new open worked version, which actually includes a new caliber, right? Something they conceived and put together from scratch out of 212 components. It is a micro rotor caliber, which has a miniature model airplane that is actually set on that micro rotor. And the yellow gold version, which has these navy lacquered accents, happens to be a limited edition of 150 examples. And it also comes in a version in pink gold as well as stainless steel, which will set you back around $30,000. I think the pink gold is somewhere in the low 40s, and the limited edition, if it's not already sold out, should be around 45,000 in the US dollars. So the thing that I really like about this design is, again, it is a movement that was made from scratch for this watch, for the Santos, the 9629 MC. And not only does it give a nice view of the micro rotor, which is playfully set with a model airplane of sorts, it also puts into view the mainspring barrel at 1 o'clock and the balance wheel at 11 o'clock. So you have something that is intentionally done that actually shows off the caliber in a calculated fashion, in an architecturally designed fashion. Nothing really goes to waste. I like it. Probably if my wrist weren't that hairy, I might even consider an open worked or skeletonized watch like this, but I couldn't see anything of the caliber anyways from the forest sprouting from underneath. But that being said, I think this is a very interesting release. And, you do get, I think, the most bang for your buck, of course, with the stainless steel version, which to my eyes anyways looks the most elegant, even though I understand the yellow gold is a limited run and the pink gold will be much more rare as well. So share with me some of your favorites, and I would really appreciate that. This is yes, it is actually, it harkens back to the Demoiselle. So that is supposed to be Santos Dumont's airplane, or at least one of them. I have to say, David, I don't know as much as I should perhaps know about Santos Dumont as a man and as a pilot. I know as much of it as it refers back to the horological space. But if you have something more to add, please don't hesitate. But I can confirm as much. That is basically a miniature model of the Demoiselle, which was one of his planes, or maybe his most iconic. I don't know. You tell me. Hey, you never know. I mean, on the secondary market, you never quite know how far these will go down. I wouldn't expect the yellow gold one to really drop off so much. After all, Cartier today has a very serious and relatively mainstream collectors community. Um, and that piece has a few distinctive elements, including the navy lacquered parts. So it might even be already sold off, right? If you walk into a Cartier boutique tomorrow, I'm sure they will still find ways to try to turn you down, even if they have a couple of pieces not yet allocated. But I'm sure they would be happy to sell you stainless steel or the pink gold one. And that is, of course, not necessarily the best deal, but I know of lesser brands who didn't necessarily put the work in, who try to charge even more for watches just because they're skeletonized. Whereas here, at least you have something designed from scratch. And honestly, from open work stuff, sometimes it's really fun to look at micro rotor calibers. One of the most beautiful watches that um, I have ever seen is most certainly the Insight, right? I wanna. I think I have it on my Instagram somewhere. Romain Gauthier Insight. For whatever reason, it gives me another kind of pleasure to see micro rotor caliber exposed or skeletonized in that kind of way. There it is. This is the heritage version in white gold with the 22 karat white gold micro rotor there, enamel dials. Very beautiful. But anyway, something like this is six figures. It is quite a different caliber, no pun intended. Um, but I genuinely do enjoy the work they have done with this new trilogy of Santos Dumont dress watches. And I like the fact that they haven't made all a limited edition, which means, a couple of years down the line, you might actually find some decent deals on the pink gold and the stainless steel version. And here is the exploded view of the watch and the 212 components of the caliber. The dark blue lacquer looks gorgeous. JB says they get the blue just right. Alberto Santos Dumont was Brazilian. Yes, absolutely. Just like my friend Racing R. And it is visually fascinating to inspect, both on the wrist, I'm sure, and in this exploded view, which gives us a nice panorama of the watch's movements. Yes, an aviation pioneer. So let me know what was your favorite release from Watches and Wonders. What did you like? What surprised you? What did you think was missing? What release was the most underwhelming? Um, what left you with something more to expect? What left you distraught, maybe? Right? I remember some of our community members here especially Aussie expat watches. I think he's over it now, but was really disappointed that the entire Daytona line was reconfigured with everything uh, being discontinued, including the off catalog models, and replaced by an entire new lineup. Did you have any disappointments like that, at least initially? Did you get over? Did you move on? Or is your experience mostly positive? I was also very impressed by a watch I didn't even know to expect, which was the Black Bay 54, a revival of some of the earliest Submariners the brand made, and of course, some of the earliest that Rolex itself made. The Tudor reference, of course, for 1954 was the 7522. For Rolex, you can look at the 6204 and 6205. Of course, those had cases around 37 millimeters. I really like this watch. Finally, I will go tomorrow to put it on at the Tudor boutique. I hope they will still have one for me to see. Um, Overall, I liked it a lot. I like the ungraduated bezel. I like the smaller size. I still love the riveted bracelet. Don't at me, as they say. I would have liked to see a different take on the handset for this one, especially those pencil hands for the original 75 22s. That could have been an interesting thing to see on a Tudor. That would have been something different, a different kind of flavor. Never mind. Maybe next time. Because I do expect Tudor to do the unexpected when it comes to this. Everyone has been asking a Tudor Submariner. Everyone has been asking for a Mercedes handset. I don't think that's gonna come. I don't think that's gonna come anytime soon, um, because I think it's too much overlap. I don't think Tudor has that kind of autonomy, that kind of independence. But that being said, it doesn't mean they have to be wedded to the Snowflake hands. I'm sure they can try something different. This would have been a nice canvas, maybe for the future, maybe for a special edition, for a boutique exclusive or something, since they are really trying to push the boutiques. That could be interesting. Um, Sam Cluxon says LUC 1860. That was my first choice. I covered it yesterday and reiterated at the beginning of the day. Rolex's new take on the Cellini, the Perpetual 1908. The date refers to the year when Hans Wilsdorf patented the name, trademarked, I should say, the Rolex name in Switzerland. Um, Surprised by all the fun with all the new colorful dials. Yes, actually, uh, those are interesting. I think Thomas is referring to them as well. Let's take a quick look just for the recap. Um, this is the Perpetual '09, which kind of harkens back to some of the early Rolex Oyster case watches, at least in terms of the dial design and kind of like an observatory looking hour hand. I wasn't really impressed or disappointed with this. I think at the price point, I would much rather go with the Chopard LUC that I just mentioned, and that Sam also in the chat kind of seconded. I do appreciate that Rolex is trying to do something in that genre as well, in that category. But Rolex's success is always its curse as well, because they have so many well-established models, because they have such a strong catalog anywhere else. It's so hard to reinvent the wheel for them. It's not easy to introduce within that lineup a category where Rolex hasn't been as traditionally successful. So I'm pretty sure this model is going to suffer from that too. I am glad, however, that they uh, reserved the silicon hairspring for this. And since the silicon hairspring doesn't need the Breguet style overcoil, that allowed them to make this watch very thin with that slender profile that distinguishes it as a dress watch and from any, everything else in the Rolex lineup. Maybe that will be enough to give it a certain edge. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not a diviner, but I don't really expect it to be a resounding success in the short term. When it comes to um, the new Datejust, or rather the new Oyster Perpetual and the new day dates. Um, First, I was just stunned and surprised, and not necessarily in a good way, by this Oyster Perpetual, but I now find it to be Rolex's first product of its troll arc. Its direct response to social media era, and honestly, a nice jab for their hometown rivals Omega as well, since they tried to replicate Rolex's success in their Aquaterra line. I think it's basically Rolex's way of saying, you like those colorful dials, you hype them up, there you go, in all the different sizes, in all the different colors that you have hyped up. We give it to you in one watch, and use the most hyped up version as the canvas. Be our guest. Absolutely. The Explorer 40, of course. The Explorer 40 was another hit for Thomas. Which is for the first time, at least numerically. We won't really know how the watch measures before we actually come face to face with it. But there was no Explorer this big before. There was no Explorer at 40. Of course, the 39 had been discontinued. That left some people disappointed. Others were quite happy and impressed with the Explorer's return to form. Now, there we go. This is going to be an option within that lineup. And the new day dates, Rolex's new day dates emoji watch, which has a Chanlevé enamel dial, as well as a rainbow gem setting for its indices, as some extra levels of workmanship and of kind of artisan ship. Um, I don't have any feelings for these. These are off catalog pieces, admittedly. I think it's okay for them to exist. I don't resent Rolex for it. I don't really have any strong feelings for people who buy it and wear it. Um, they look fun enough. Um, I think David H was saying that he was disappointed that the snowflake hand was removed from the seconds for the Black Bay 58. Honestly, that's one of my favorite parts of it. I feel um, there's sometimes too much of a reliance of the snow on the snowflake as part of the symbolism for the brand when it comes to Tudor. I like them to move away from it a little bit. I like them to realize that they don't have to um they don't have to have snowflake after snowflake after snowflake for every single watch. um I would like that. Not that I want them to eliminate it across the board, but I think it's a nice change of pace. John D says the display case backs on Rolex models were a surprise. I wasn't so surprised. The Cellini Prince pieces had exhibition case backs. So for the Perpetual 1908 to come out with exhibition case back, I wasn't surprised at all, and it made sense for it to be that way, especially because it is uniquely within the Rolex lineup using the Siloxy hairspring. So it's a good occasion to show it off. And it's a very thin caliber by Rolex's standards. Again, a good reason. Um, and I'm somehow glad that within the Oyster lineup, they preserved the exhibition case back to just the Platinum Daytona. I think that's a wise decision because it's not something that Rolex is really known for, and it's not something they want to necessarily proliferate within their lineup. I don't think so. I also love both of the Chopard releases. I love the fact that they now have a Alpine Eagle in the lineup with a micro rotor caliber, with the 96 caliber base that is even thinner, that has that beautiful salmon guilloche dial. I do love that as well. Laurent Ferrier's new evergreen dials were very beautiful as well, even though, again, nothing groundbreaking, but certainly uh, always aesthetically pleasing. It's still the year of the green in Geneva, it seems. Yeah, I completely agree, John D, who says, with John D, who says the Cellini line has been around since the 60s and just struggles to capture the right design for today's market. So it's not that attempts at a designated dress watch haven't been done before. I completely agree, John D. I think sometimes it's just what it is, right? Rolex has a very strong brand, but that doesn't mean that brand is known for just about everything, right? And it's just since Rolex really broke out and crossed over into mainstream consciousness beyond the world of watches from the 80s onwards, it's really not the kinds of dress watches like that they have been distinguished for. Rolex does have dress watches, and It's the date just and the day date, right? And there's a reason why uh, people find a nice middle ground in those watches, because they have a lot of the waterproof, everyday reliability and durability elements that distinguish the Rolex professional line, but in a way that harkens back to something a little more adorned, a little more um, elegant, that evokes a dress watch, even though it's perhaps not traditionally coded as such. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the perpetual 1908 will break that streak. I really don't think so either, though. Um, the exhibition case back on the Daytona. Well, again, Rolex has some more complicated calibers in their lineup, to be sure, right? You can, uh, have that whole debate experience, if you like, between the Yachtmaster 2 and the Sky Dweller. Um, but honestly, a chronograph caliber is always, I think, something special. Um, I know uh, Caroline Forestier Casapi was once asked whether, whether a tourbillon is harder to design and implement, or a chronograph caliber, and she basically laughed the question off because it was just so clearly a chronograph. And to be honest, since Rolex introduced its automatic, its self-winding chronograph caliber in 2000, it has been a boon for them, and it has not changed the entire trajectory, because even then they were the industry leader, but it certainly assured that leadership and solidified that position for them for some time to come. And I think it makes sense for them to honor this particular caliber, even though this is technically an updated or modified version of 4130. It is now called 4131. um, I think it makes sense, right? The Daytona and the 4130 carried Rolex on its shoulders for the first 22 years of the 21st century. If Rolex is going to pay any respect to a movement they have in their current catalog, it has to be their self-winding chronograph. I think that would be my argument for it. Sam Clarkson says Rolex is primarily a sports watch brand. Who would take a 1908 over a Calatrava or Saxonia? I would take the Chopard LUC, maybe something they have made with the Qualité Fleurier over all of those. But hey, I wouldn't say no to a 5127 G either. Only a Rolex fanboy, maybe. I think Rolex fanboys know better. I think Rolex fanboys know better. They would just get another Rolex sports watch, um, because one is obviously not enough, and no one stops at two or three either. So, with that being said, I think you can keep them coming. Feel free to interrupt me, but I will go back to presenting on the Important Watches 2 auction that is ongoing currently out of Sotheby's in Hong Kong. I will drop the link in the chat. So if you want to, pardon me, if you want to draw my attention to any of the lots, whether it's one of them that I discussed earlier, or you want me to skip ahead and dive right into um, a lot that is included in this auction and that I didn't consider yet, please feel free to get there with a super chat. I would be more than willing to go into it in some historical and horological detail. Feel free to also direct any of your watch related questions to me. I'll be happily interrupting and changing gears and making other sorts of conversation as long as it relates to uh, watches. I would be more than happy. um, Grönefeld, yeah, Grönefeld is always interesting. They had their chronograph, which won the best chronograph prize, of course, in GPHG. Right, they won the grand prize uh, last year in 2022 gala, and I just love the way they say Grönefeld, Grönefeld. Yeah, that's the Dutch language will remain eternally fascinating to me. Um, yeah, love those guys. I think they're also a lot of fun. It seems, at least from a distance, the horological brothers. They seem like a fun couple. They seem like a fun bunch of guys to spend time with. So this is Rolex Datejust Turnograph. Turnograph, as you know, is the kind of um, concept, is the kind of model that actually gave inspiration to the OG Submariner, that rotating bezel, which we found as a dive timer in that original reference, was once on a turnograph. This is an early 2000 homage to it in two-tone with an anthracite gray dial, turnograph writing in red, and a red second hand, and I believe also a roulette style date wheel as well. A very interesting watch, and a very unique Rolex watch indeed, especially for something that still solidly belongs to this century rather than a bygone time. The two-tone execution here is completed by an oyster bracelet. And this particular watch at lot number 8725, which is a reference 116263, Datejust Turnograph in two-tone, has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid is right above 7,500 in US dollars. At lot number 8733, we have an Air King reference 5500, one that was made for the Royal Saudi Air Force, and that's a watch that also carries their insignia on the dial with the writing Sultan. And it's a stainless steel watch with a smooth bezel and an oyster bracelet, but the dial fixtures, including the Rolex coronet or crown at 12 o'clock, are in this gilt tone, which adds a nice visual flair to the piece. that comes from late 70s. And the piece has not attracted any bids yet for an auction that will end a little, in about a week. But the starting bid is right around $3,800 in USD for lot number 8733 and Air King reference 5500, stainless steel piece made for the Royal Saudi Air Force. At lot number 8734, we have an oyster quartz date chest in a two-tone execution. It has the integrated bracelet version of the Jubilee, which I don't really find supremely attractive, but here it is. It also has a champagne dial, which plays off beautifully with the fluted bezel and the crown that are also in gold for this two-tone reference, number 17013 from early 90s. These models are increasingly gaining some sort of attention, some sort of traction, and they are becoming a little more popular than what they were, which doesn't say much because everyone hated them and wouldn't touch them with 10 feet pole. But especially the day date pieces, especially the day dates in more rare iterations like in white gold with diamond set dials, these can command a lot of money. Michael Caine, of course, had a personal one that sold last year in a Bonhams London auction for a record-setting price for a quartz-operated Rolex in a public auction. That certainly has played a role, but increasingly people are looking for different kinds of watches, niche pieces. Of course, these being an integrated bracelet watch gives them an interesting edge, even though they seem to revolt against any spirit of a mechanical watch. I never really took that approach when it comes to watches. I don't think a quartz movement necessarily robs the watch of their soul. Rolex, by the way, still services these watches, which doesn't say much about what the service costs would be. So if you are planning to invest in a Rolex Oyster Quartz piece, I would highly recommend that you call your Rolex service center and inquire a little more deeply into the potential service cost. This piece at lot number 8734 was listed without reserve, and it has so far attracted a little more than a dozen bids, and the bidding stands at 1,529 in US dollars. And there's more than a week to go, so you never know where things will end up. Lot 8737 is Chrono Tokyo 300, which was produced in limited edition in collaboration with Tic Tac. These pieces are made in Japan, built on simple workhorse Japan-made calibers as well. They're designed by the famous Academy member, AHCI member, independent watchmaker based in Japan, Hajime Asaoka. It's a way for him to apply his design principles, his aesthetic visions on lines of watches that are a little more accessible. He has over the years made uh, a few interesting models in terms of chronographs and dress watches, um, and more recently, smaller dress watches as well. This is from an earlier iteration of those dress watches, which are 37 millimeters in diameter, here in a top dial that has the stylized English chrono logo, and his take on the kind of old school scientific or sector dial. And this piece that was listed with no reserve at lot number 8737 is currently being bid at $573. Another edition of the same watch. This is the 2021 anniversary Toki with his version of the Salmon dial. Once again in stainless steel. This piece is already a little more popular, and at lot number 8738, it is being bid at $764 US dollars. These pieces are released as limited editions, as anniversary editions, and they almost sell out immediately. So if you're interested, go sign up on their website and you will get kind of early feelers and notifications about the releases, and you can go ahead and place your order when you can. In the meantime, by the way, please hit the like button if you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it. It always helps. In the meanwhile, I will take a quick break in a couple of minutes. This is the 2022 anniversary Mori, which has an Urushi lacquer dial in green and Arabic numerals that are laid out around the dial in the slant. A very nice and interesting execution. And this piece was also listed without reserve and has so far reached 510 US dollars. With more than a week to go. $87.40 was his new pet project or passion project, as it were. Hajime Asoka is, of course, a huge fan of vintage style dress watches, which do come in these diminutive forms at around 34 millimeters, a little smaller, a little larger, but that's a sweet spot for a lot of vintage dress watches. And he wanted to make himself a watch that would preserve those dimensions, but would be something that he could wear carelessly during the day on a daily basis. So he came up with this watch. People asked for it when they saw it on his wrist. He already made 2 runs of limited editions, which almost sold immediately. This was part of the first run with this kind of saffron colored dial with blue hands that contrast pretty heavily on that dial. The hour track is executed in this silvered accent, which also jumps off. This piece was also listed without reserve and has already attracted a number of bids, which pulled it up to 318 in US dollars. Let me take a quick break while you take a look at this Breguet Classique reference 3380. All right, we are back. I hope you hit the like button. It really does make a world of difference. I'm back with this Breguet Classique reference 3380, a simple white gold dress watch, no nonsense, no complications, just a power reserve indicator at around 10 o'clock with a small seconds dial lodged right around 6. Of course, it has all the codes that distinguish Breguet in its revived modern wristwatch era. Silvered hand guilloche dials that are produced from a gold blank, heat blued steel hands for maximum legibility and elegant contrast. Of course, sapphire cabochon that is set on the crown, which uh, is the one of the only things that interrupt that fluted case band. The drooping lugs, of course, the teardrop shape is another distinctive feature, another signature of that design, which was already set in place when Daniel Roth was at the helm, practically as the master watchmaker for most of the 80s. Solid case back. And as you see, you have 3 different patterns of guilloche on this dial, on this otherwise rather unadorned and uncomplicated watch. A very nice variation, an interesting excitement on the dial. This is a Breguet Classique 3380 at lot number 8749, which has so far failed to attract bids, and it stands right around 5,000 in US dollars. Another Breguet Classique dress watch, this time even more simple. This is a reference 3290, which was listed at no reserve, but has already attracted a couple of dozen bids and more. I do apologize for my voice and sapped energy. I'm still under the weather a little bit. I'm still low on energy, but I'm trying my best. So please indulge me. This is lot number 8750, a Breguet dress watch in yellow gold, two-hander with seconds on a small subdial situated right at 6 o'clock. Again, a beautiful silver tent guilloche dial produced from a gold blank and completed with those heat blued handsets, of course, expressed in a style that we associate today with the brands simply Breguet. This piece, with a little more than a week to go, is currently being bid at 3,312 in US dollars. Pardon me. At lot 8757, we have a Glashütte Original, Pano Reserve, which is in a way their interpretation of the asymmetric dial piece. It has their panorama date at what would be traditionally 4 o'clock. It has a power reserve indicator at around 2 o'clock. Of course, it has an off-center dial for the hour and minutes, and the picture is completed with a small seconds dial. This is a limited edition piece in platinum with a black dial. It is, I think, um, pretty unique for that reason, if for nothing else. This is, I believe, um, from that early period after the Swatch Group acquisition, because I think Swatch acquired Glashütte Original around 2000, and this watch is supposed to be from 2002. And you see the movement is built and decorated in that tradition that harkens back to the way that pocket watches were made in Saxonia. And the most distinctive part is, of course, that three-quarter plate. With an well, I don't know if it's hand engraved actually in this case, but certainly engraved balance bridge, as well as the swan neck regulators. And the piece comes with an original certificate of authenticity and an instruction manual. It is apparently one of only 200 pieces and has also a matching platinum buckle, which a lot of brands started cheapening out of more recently. So it's good to see that this watch belongs to that bygone era where these things mattered. Lot number 8757 has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is right above 10,000 US dollars. I believe that's even the original alligator strap, because it is pretty fresh, has the Glashütte Original branding. Could be. Could be. Yeah, I'm only saying that because it seems to be a very unique color somehow goes with the platinum case. So that's just a guess, but that's always something that you can inquire about. There's still about a week to go. I'm sure their experts would be more than willing to entertain some of your questions, some of your concerns, maybe provide additional information. That's always a good idea. Because at every auction, as you can see, when you open the page, they have the lots, they have the conditions of business. At auction details, when you click that tab, they have all sorts of general information. They highlight some of the premium lots, kind of go through other offerings, sometimes in more than one language. Since this is based in Hong Kong, it will be both in what I guess is either Mandarin or Cantonese and English. My apologies. That's a language that I don't really know. And then you can see that there's both a general email address and a phone number, as well as the director of the watch department and his personal email address as well. So, as well as a phone number for him. So you can always reach out directly to those people and receive even additional information about these watches, especially if you have kind of um, come together with a list of, 3 or half a dozen pieces that you're interested in. I'm sure in this day and age, they would even show the watches to you on a Zoom call or something, if you are phoning in from another city. Um, the technology is there, the background is there, and they do those things for a lot of their special customers. Why not you? And 87 at 8769, we have Gégé Lecoutre Memovox, an early model that was made for the American market with a two-tone silver dial. I have um, I have had a beautiful episode dedicated to these Gégé Lecoutre watches, this particular genre of JLC pieces, with Charlie Dunn, who is director of content and research at Wind Vintage. So I'm gonna send you a link of that conversation to the chat. Please feel free to take a look at it at your own time. And feel free to share if you have friends, acquaintances, associates who like Gégé Lecoutre watches, who are interested in alarm watches, particularly the Memovox. That was a very fruitful discussion, very engaging, and a very enjoyable conversation for me. And I hope I can have Charlie back to talk more about some of his favorite watches. And this is one of them, a Memovox reference 2404 from the 50s. As you can see, it has double crown, one of which allows you to set the alarm. Pretty no nonsense and a very useful complication. One that you didn't know you needed in contemporary time, but they are a lot of fun. This particular piece looks very clean, as Thomas noticed it in the chat. At lot number 8769, it was listed without reserve and is currently being bid at 637 in US dollars. Pardon me. At lot 8772 is another Jaeger-LeCoultre watch that is also listed without reserve. This is the so-called Grand Sport Reverso, which was a barrel-shaped piece with this four-pronged lug structure. For one reason or another, it was never popular, but they produced some interesting pieces within the line. They usually have these broadsword hands and kind of a general sporty look that distinguishes them, including a waffle dial here expressed in khaki. Um, and kind of a gothic style on the numerals, which I didn't know I needed, but I really like suddenly. Of course, you have at 6 o'clock a second subdial and a power, and I think that is a day night indicator under 12 o'clock. This is a dual time watch. So on the background, you have kind of a cobblestone design on a white dial with a different font for the numerals and a JL logo. Um, Two rows of diamonds, two on the back, so you get a completely different look. And a different Jekyll and Hyde kind of character on your watch. I think it's a cool touch. I feel like the main dial would look amazing with a rubber strap that matches the shade of that khaki dial, but it looks great nonetheless. And this piece has already attracted quite a number of bids. And in stainless steel, with more than a week to go, this Grand Sport dual time reverso is currently being bid at $1,400. Nick Butter, thank you so much. Man, this guy is an incredible supporter of the stream. Love Nick Butter. Thank you so much. Please send my regards to your friends. Enjoy the show. I'm so glad I have more members of the audience like this who double up, would triple up. It's my pleasure to host your friends. I hope they enjoy themselves. I hope they learn something from it. If they have any questions, if you have any more questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. In the meantime, enjoy your time with the friends, enjoy your drinks. The Grand Sport with the chronograph with the retrograde minutes, Thomas, is still one of the best deals. Don't let anyone else know though. Let them go with the new stainless steel reissue. I think that should cover it for a while. Speaking of the Grand Sport, they also came with a matching bracelet. I think, I've always felt that I was kidding, of course. That's what we have in the next lot. I have never quite liked the beads of rice bracelets on reversos, but for me, that barrel-shaped case of the Grand Sport lends it really well. So, guys, this is the chronograph with the retrograde minutes that Jaeger-LeCoultre released for the first time as a limited run of 500 pieces in 1996. And in their tradition of democratizing complications in making these kinds of pieces also available at a lower price segment and directed towards an audience that would use them, that would wear them on a daily basis. They also made a modified version of the same caliber, a non-open worked version of the same caliber in this barrel-shaped form, in stainless steel, but also in precious metals as well. But this is very accessible, especially on the secondary market now in the discontinued model. This is the Grand Sport chronograph. It basically has, except for the power reserve, all the virtues of the new tribute chronograph that they introduced for Watches and Wonders. And that is also one of my favorite releases, don't take me wrong. This piece is built just like the original 1996. So it has a date indicator at 6 o'clock. It also has at 5 o'clock this mail post flag, like of a kind of indicator. So when you engage the chronograph, that flag will fall down and expose the word marche, running in French. Has this beautiful opaline dial with that waffle decoration, right? The sword hands, a centrally deployed seconds hand, Arabic numerals, very sporty look on this side of the dial. And then on the reverse, you have again that cobblestone like of kind of decoration for the chronograph seconds, which take the center place on the verso side of the dial, and the chronograph retrograde minutes for the chronograph, which are placed at the bottom of the dial in the form of a downward facing crescent. And every time they complete a 30-minute cycle, of course, that minute hand snaps right back. And these two hands are also heat blued for a wonderful accent to jump off that chronograph dial as well. I think this is a beautiful watch. This is the watch that deserves a second look. They can also be found at around this price point on the secondary market, so don't feel necessarily beholden to this auction. Just look for the Reverso Grand Sport chronograph. The reference number here is 295,859 in stainless steel from around 2000. The starting bid is right around 5,000 in US dollars. And with about a week to go, this piece still didn't attract any offers, but you should be able to find it right around $5,000, maybe a little more on the secondary market. So be on the lookout. If you're interested in a watch like this or similar pieces, just send me an email at lordhellespont@gmail.com. That is Lord Hellespont the fifth at gmail.com. If you send me an email, I'll hook you up with the link. Thomas, if you send me an email, I actually have a link for a deal that's right around the same price. I think the bias premium and everything else would add probably 20 to 25% onto this. So it might make it still perhaps a decent deal at the end of the day if it ends at or around 5,000. But you never know. So that is probably the sleeper lot of this auction, which is lot number 8773. And just for your further edification, this is most similar to the tribute chronograph they just reissued. As you see, they have used the most minimalist expression possible for the main dial this time. They eliminated the indicator for the chronograph and also got rid of the dates complication. And on the Verso side, they have actually installed a new set of hands, which still operate at the same speed, but in obviously in the reverse direction, but in the clockwise direction as the primary set of hands. So this is not a dual time watch. It will show the same time on both faces of the watch. Just like this 96 original, this piece has an open worked expression on this side of the dial, which in terms of the functionality remains the same. This piece has a much more extended power reserve. I think nowadays it's like 52 hours, whereas the original was around 40, I think. So that's certainly impressive. The dial color is beautifully executed here. I don't have anything against it, but the price point is, of course, at retail in another galaxy, right? For a lot of us, that might not be immediately accessible, even though you might argue it's relatively speaking in today's market, blah, blah, blah. I make these arguments all the time, not to make light of it. I love the brand, as you can see, no doubt about that. But I'm also a consumer advocate, and I'm myself someone who always looks after and goes after a good deal. So it is my pleasure to direct your attention once again as an alternative to the newly released Reverso Tribute Chronograph to lots 8773, which is the Transport in stainless steel, which, if it ends around that price, would still be a decent deal, even if you figure in the buyer's premium and everything else. But again, mind you, the watch is in Hong Kong. You might incur customs fees if you're going to import the watch. I think the buyer's premium should be around 20%. So it can quickly add up, just so you know. You can find the watch around that price point on the secondary market any day, these days at least. Next piece is an early iteration of the Vacheron Constantin Overseas with the older kind of bracelet and the older bezel as well. It's kind of a champagne dial for this reference 72040. It is a quartz piece at 37 millimeters. Very thin. It's a nice piece. Again, I wouldn't simply knock it down because it's quartz. But mind you, the earlier generations of the Overseas have a very different feel to the third generation, to the current generation that was first introduced in 2016. So beware. They will be much more akin to that chic luxury watches like the Royal Oak, like the Nautilus, rather than the new generation of Overseas, which is really a much sportier and a much more performance-oriented watch compared to the classics like the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and the Patek Philippe Nautilus. And you might prefer one or the other, but it is something you should know. It is a distinction you should bear in mind. And when it comes to the earlier generations of the Overseas, without saying anything excessively negative, I will say there's a reason that they were never quite popular and that they were continuously rehauled and improved upon over the generations. This is lot number 8774, which has so far failed to attract any bids for this 37 millimeter quartz operated overseas reference 72040. The starting bid is around 5,000 US dollars. Hakon, it's right around 2000. Gunsport was, pardon me, Gunsport was around 2000s. It's one of those iterations of sportier takes on the reverso that never really took off. Squadra is another one which has a like more squared shape. Um, I grew to like them. I think they are very nice watches. They don't necessarily feel like the reverso to me, but I love them. They have a similar vibe, great pieces. But that particular piece was from 2000. This is Tank Américain in the chronograph version. You can see it is in white gold and very unique, in fact, with the secret signature at 7 o'clock. It's a pretty beautiful piece, a very unique expression of the Quartier Américain, which is is like a touched or retouched version of the um, Tank Centré that was perhaps a little more Americanized and made to be more universally accessible than the Centré, which has a pretty extended allongé kind of shape. This is a beautiful reference, very distinctive in its chronograph function from the early 2010s, reference number 2569. It has already received a bid and has met its reserve, lot number 8778, and the bidding currently stands at 3,822. Once again, buyer beware, it is a quartz operated piece. Lot 8779 is Tank Française. The version of the tank they just renewed and revived, that they iterate nowadays more as a bracelet watch. This is a piece that is in yellow gold and that is presented on a leather strap still. It's a little more squared and curved than the average tank. Reference number 1840 from around 2000. It's a time and date piece that has a date window at 6 o'clock with the starting bid around 3,822 in US dollars. It has so far failed to attract any bids at lot number $779. Next up, we have another uh, tank, another quartz operated tank américain, a time and date version this time. Again, those characteristic Roman numerals. The secret signature this time is at 10 o'clock. Small seconds right above 6. We have the sword hands, heat blued to stand against the silver dial. The case shape is a beautiful shape. I really appreciate these. Again, buyer beware. We are talking about a quartz operated watch here. It is still in a great condition. The patina of the gold looks really warm, but again, great condition for a watch out of the 90s. Lot number 8780 was listed without reserve, and with about a week to go, the bidding stands right now at around 1,274 in US dollars. At the next slot, we have Ballon Bleu in white gold, reference 3375, with its distinctive way of protecting that beaded crown, which is set with a sapphire cabochon, which plays along beautifully with the heat blued hands, which contrast again in their turn against that silvered dial with guilloche decoration at the center. I think the way that the leather strap flows into this shape is in and of itself an aesthetic delight. The piece has a very slender profile, as you can see. The watch has a lot of presence on the wrist due to its width, but lack of height. This piece was also listed first without reserve, and it almost reached $2,000 with a week to go at lot number 8782. At 8784, we have a version of the Pasha with the famous grill on top of it, 38 millimeters in yellow gold. In Gerald Janta's iteration of the design, with that removable grid that is put upon it. And that grid is diamond set in this case, and very suggestively exposes champagne colored guilloche decorated dial. You can see how the heat blued sword hands or lozenge shaped hands provide some lovely contrast as well. The piece has a rotational bezel that is graduated up to the first 20 minutes for this Pasha de Cartier reference 1023 from early 90s. The piece is currently being bid at 5,096 in US dollars for this yellow gold Pasha de Cartier with a diamond set removable grid. At the next lot, which is 8785, we have the Hey, LA Mythwitch. How are you doing? Flat four. Nice to see you. I've heard this. I don't know how true it was, but I'm not sure if it's going to work for them. LVMH was rumored to try to buy Cartier and even try to buy the entire Richemont group, but I don't think they are ready to cash out yet because they have been doing really well. Fry says, "How are you? Come on," in the Arnold voice. A good early morning from Brussels. Hey, um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the character can make an appearance again, but at this lot number 8785, we have actually a version of the Pasha on the bracelet in stainless steel as a self-winding chronograph with an oversized Arabic numeral at 12 o'clock, a 3-register layout for the chronograph um, with running seconds at 6 o'clock, which also has a date window, a 12-hour counter at 9 o'clock, and a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock. The lozenge-shaped hands. I love that there is this rectangular frame at the center of the dial, which is, of course, very distinctive when it comes to Janta's designs. He loves playing with different geometrical shapes, right? If you can visualize the Royal Oak, it has a tonneau-shaped case, an octagonal bezel, and that octagonal bezel has hexagonal bolts, etc. The Octo, of course, that he designed for Bulgari, plays with both round and octagonal shapes. The Pasha plays with the interplay of the rectangle, or rather square, with round shapes. When it comes to the bracelet look, I don't mind it. I always loved the way that Janta preserved Louis Cartier's original design of the Vendôme lugs. I just love how a leather strap accentuates that particular lug design. I will go back to the earlier Pasha to demonstrate that. So I always prefer these on a leather strap, but you can't argue with a watch that comes on a bracelet because you can always change it into a leather strap, and you can get a glimpse of this column wheel chronograph movement from the sapphire caseback. The rotor weight itself has this partial skeletonization that accentuate the double wishbone logo of the brand. And of course, the bridge plates as well as the rotor is excessively decorated with that logo as well. That is a piece that started without reserve at lot number 8785, and it's currently being bid at 1,147 in US dollars, with a little more than a week to go. Lot number 8788 is a Cartier Tortue in yellow gold with what I believe is a hand-wound movement. It's only distinguished as mechanical. The beaded crown is set with a sapphire cabochon for this Cartier Paris piece in 18 karat gold, which carries the Parisian, or rather the French, gold hallmarks. As you can see, a very nice thin profile for this piece, very dressy. The Roman numerals and railroad track for the minutes, Roman numerals for the hours, railroad track for the minutes, the secret signature at 10 o'clock. And the watch has a little bit of patina on the periphery of the dial, but nothing that makes it unseemly or insufferable for a watch this old, for a dress watch especially. It's not the cleanest example I've ever seen, but not necessarily the most abused either. 23 by 22 millimeters, so pretty diminutive by modern standards, but could make for an interesting dress watch from a unisex perspective, or better yet, on a woman's wrist. This is lot 8788, which has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is right around 3,800 in US dollars. $87.91 was a revival version of the Santos 100s for the centenary of the design that Louis Cartier gifted to his friend Alberto Santos Dumont. It's here in a two-tone execution, which means that the bezel, as well as the screws on the discrete links of the bracelets, are in yellow gold on what is otherwise a stainless steel piece. I think these are really nice as well. I always liked the Santos 100. Pardon me. Reference 2656. Of course, this piece has a south-winding caliber, a solid case back that is screwed on. And even though it started without reserve, this piece is currently being bid at 1,656 in US dollars at lot number 8791. And I apologize again, I'm kind of losing my voice, but I'm gonna persist. I have about 2 more hours on this live broadcast with you, and I'm going to push through it. So please hit the like button for support. If you want to contribute otherwise, you know how. The links are provided in the video description, and you know the super chat is always available. At 87.92, you have the octagonal version of the Santos. This particular piece is from the 90s and carries the reference number 2966. It has an automatic caliber and is executed in this two-tone fashion. Again, these are relatively small at 30 millimeter of diameter here. So it might make a little more sense as a woman's watch, but a little bit of a dainty two-tone wristwatch didn't kill anybody. So it can be an interesting option for just about anyone. Once again, it is the octagonal bezel and the screws on the links of the bracelets that contribute to the two-tone execution, which I've always liked on the variations of the Santos. A silvered dial that is quite round, is, of course, laid out with Roman numerals and railroad track for the minutes in the Cartier house style. A date window completes the picture for this three-hander time and date Santos octagonal. It was listed without reserve at lot number 8792, and the bidding currently stands at 700 in US dollars. This is beautiful. At lot 87, we have a Patek Philippe pocket watch from late 19th century. These were pieces that were made by one of the largest, if not the largest, Patek Philippe retailer in South America, called Gondolo e Laborio. I believe it was established as an Italian-French partnership, and it was based in Rio de Janeiro. And this piece was produced apparently right around 1891, and it's an open face pocket watch, a chronometer at that, and it is marked as such, as you can see, chronometro gondola, with Roman numerals, spade hands which match with the yellow gold tones of the case, as well as a small seconds on a subdial situated at 6 o'clock. The picture is completed with Arabic numerals for the minutes on the periphery of the dial. A really beautiful piece. It is actually in pink gold. Sorry, my mistake. I thought it was yellow gold. Even better. And you can see how beautifully guilloche decorated the case back is in this barley corn motif. And it is also adorned by the initials of possibly the original owner. A Patek Philippe pocket watch in pink gold from 1891. Traditional sizing of 46 millimeters. The starting bid is right around $7,000 in US dollars for this lot number 8796, which with around a week to go has not attracted any bids yet. Another pocket watch from early 20th century this time, a yellow gold open face. Again, a case back, very ornately decorated. Enamel dial, Breguet numerals, and heat-blued spade hands. Seconds on a small subdial at 6 o'clock. And the diameter is 45 millimeters. And of course, at that era, the branding is still in that long form, Patek, Philippe, et Company, right? CIE. This piece also failed to attract any offers yet, and it stands at lot number 8797 at the starting bid of 3,822 US dollars. A more recent piece, again, another Patek Philippe pocket watch in yellow gold, a reference 866, 47 millimeter in diameter. Again, a very usual and, just about perfect size for a pocket watch. Roman numerals, baton hands, an oversized subdial for seconds at 6 o'clock, a very legible, very simple piece for an open face wristwatch, pocket watch from around 1989. This piece has not yet attracted any bids, but the starting bid would be for lot number 8798, 6,370 in US dollars. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? Yeah, Patek pocket watch is clearly a winner for sure. I wouldn't disagree with that. And that's still one genre of the Patek watch that you can get at a relative bargain. Um, the integrated thin, the integrated bracelet thin dress watches from the 70s are another genre. Certain kinds of Calatravas, you can still find a good deal or two here and there. And you can always try to see what I scour for you, what I discover for you if you sign up on the Patreon. I share this kind of stuff on a daily basis with my most ardent supporters there. The link is right there. Speaking of great pocket watches, we have a few more coming up. But the one I will discuss right now is the Vacheron Constantin from, again, the turn of the 20th century. It has a very old school and quaint branding in a kind of handwritten font, Vacheron et Constantin, Genève, Suisse, has a unique guilloche pattern at the center of the dial, which is champagne colored and matches the case. And it has a beautiful handset in an expression that we today call breguet hands or palm apple-shaped hands, which have been oxidized and give actually an interesting contrast to the piece these days. Again, it's a little bit patinated, but not in a way that makes the watch unseemly or undesirable. This yellow gold pocket watch with a 28 millimeter diameter, so a much more minuscule piece compared to the Patek pieces that we were just discussing, a plain case back. This piece has started at no reserve, and with around a week to go at lot number 8799, it is being bid at currently at around 573 in US dollars. We have two interesting Audemars Piguet pieces from the 70s back to back. I love the dial on this, kind of petrol blue for this self-winding piece. On a leather strap in white gold, a diamond set dial. This piece has a starting bid of 3,822 in US dollars at lot number 8803. A white gold dress watch with the dates at 3 o'clock by Audemars Piguet. A diamond set, striking sunburst petrol blue dial. The caliber is actually the 2121, which is Audemars Piguet's jargon for Jaeger-LeCoultre 920, which in fact is the same caliber base that was used for the Royal Oak at around the same time, and in fact until 2022. This is a piece that is, of course, smaller than the Jumbo, 32.5 in diameter, but could be an interesting dress watch, especially thanks to this striking dial. Again, the starting bid, which no one has bid yet, is $3,822 for lot number 8803. A stainless steel from around the same time period with another Jaeger-LeCoultre based caliber, K2002, a more tonneau shaped case, this time in stainless steel with a silver dial for this perfect three-hander time-only watch. Again, very slender, very wearable, 33 millimeters. This piece has also not yet attracted any bids with a week to go. Lot number 8804 has a starting bids of 3,057 roughly in US dollars. As you know, the former Prince of Wales, now King Charles III, who will finally have his coronation next month, has interesting connections to the watchmaking town Fleurier. He has been photographed many times, including during the proceedings of his accession to the throne, with Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph in yellow gold. He has also in the past, under the rubric of the Princess Foundation, collaborated with Chopard and produced these limited edition pieces for the Princess Foundation. There are a few different examples of it that carry the insignia of the Prince of Wales. This particular example is in white gold, and like you can see, it is diamond set on the two flanks of the case, as well as the bezel and the lugs. Has a pretty funky elongated expression of Arabic numerals for this LUC Chopard three-hander that has those Prince of Wales's feathers at 12 o'clock as well. This is a piece from right around 2000 that was made in a limited run of 100 pieces in white gold again, diamond sets with a black dial for a beautiful contrast, and LUC Chopard tonneau shaped piece. At lots number 8812 has so far failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is right around $6,100. Of course, it's no coincidence that they have followed that watch up with a number of Frank Müller watches. Those the font of those numbers immediately reminded me of Frank Müller, especially with the case shape. A few Casablancas and Vegases and double mysteries, right? The Vegas one, of course, has this roulette like view at the middle of the dial. I think it's actually, I believe it's some sort of a complication. I think there is actually something on that crown that helps you trigger that hand, and it stops at a random place, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if there's like a short video on. Yep. There's Frank Müller has its own video. Let's watch it because it is really a fun watch. It has that distinctive tonneau-shaped case. The example at the Sotheby's Hong Kong auction actually has a beads of rice bracelets, and it has a roulette wheel in the middle of it that you can activate with the pusher, and it generally stops randomly. That serpentine hand at the center of the dial. A master of complications. Voila. There you have it. Honestly, it's an extremely fun watch. I wouldn't judge you if you got it. I love this case shape. I already love the colors, even if it didn't have any complications, and if it just had the roulette dial for the visuals, it could have been a cool watch. But that just adds another layer of whimsy to this piece, which is the Frank Müller Vegas tonneau-shaped piece with beads of rice bracelets and an actual roulette wheel that you can initiate with the push of a button. This is a reference number 6850 at lot number 8815, and currently the piece is being bid at 3,312 in US dollars, roughly speaking. Oh, we have to skip ahead again a few pages. Where were we? One more page. Okay. We have the double mystery, which has these two hands, of course, that are deployed differently. I think a beautiful dial, kind of in this pink on pink configuration. Nice guilloche. Black is a nice contrast too for the numerals as well as the other fixtures on the dial. This piece hasn't yet attracted any offers, but at lot 8816, the starting bid is 7,643 in US dollars for this Frank Müller double mystery reference 6850. You mean Qualité Fleurier, Thomas? You like me to talk about the Qualité Fleurier? The thing that disappoints me about Qualité Fleurier is how limited it has been um, in terms of its application and in terms of its reach. I never expected it to become an industry standard because it is quite rigorous, but I was hoping that it would be extended a little further, both within the Chopard lineup and within the Parmigiani Fleurier lineup. As you guys know, the Fleurier Quality Foundation was initiated by a cooperation between Karl Friedrich Schäufele, who is the co-president of Chopard, and of course, president of Berthoud, and also the, how can I say this, the benign ruler of Chopard watches. And he came together with Michel Parmigiani of Parmigiani Fleurier. That's, of course, very strongly backed by the Sandoz Family Foundation as well. And they wanted to establish their own homegrown standard of watchmaking that would not only rival, but in fact outdo the Geneva seal. So Fleurier Quality, or Qualité Fleurier as it is in French, or QF, basically takes the two aspects of the Geneva seal, right, which includes the manufacture being based, or rather at least the assembly being based in Geneva. These pieces that are worthy of the Qualité Fleurier seal are actually 100% made in Switzerland. They also integrate the high degree of finishing, which is part of the Geneva seal standard as well. So any watch that has the QF seal is finished to the highest aesthetic standard inside and out. Every watch that carries the Qualité Fleurier standards is a chronometer. So it is certified for COSC or better. It is put in a fully encased manner through the rigors of the chronofiable test. And furthermore, they actually have this insane simulator that practically puts the watch through the paces that an everyday wearer would do. It's And again, the movement is fully encased. This is the actual watch that is put in this manner. If it's you working on the desk, jogging, slamming a car door, all of that is incorporated through this test. So it has these five aspects that it puts together. Um, I think Parmigiani Fleurier has released a handful pieces, and Chopard over the years probably less than a dozen. Um, and you can find some great deals on a very select group of watches that carry this hallmark on the secondary markets. And I think they're an absolute peach of a deal. I have great respect for a lot of them. Very quickly, I can show you a few examples. The Coupe S Twist, 40 millimeters, has that gray execution of the eagle's eye or iris dial that you are perhaps more accustomed to see on Chopard's Alpine Eagle. It is a chronometer, of course, seconds on an off-center subdial in pink gold here, and of course built on their caliber 96 with 22 carats bidirectional gold micro rotor. And of course, twist comes from how uh, the second subdial is pushed off center and the crown is relocated at 4 o'clock. So it's like their traditional dress watch with a spin. That is in 18 carats pink gold and with kind of an anthracite gray dial. They have a later white gold version that has the date at 3 o'clock and has a slate gray dial that's like radially brushed. That's a pretty striking piece too, and that's around the same price points. Um, Parmigiani Fleurier has a version of their Tonda with this white dial, this sort of dates window at 6 o'clock. And this is, I think, a 39 millimeter case in pink gold with a full rotor self-winding movement. Again, QF certified with this unique diamond decoration on the bridge plates. And their Grain d'Orge proprietary guilloche decoration on the rotor. And again, this is also right under 15 or right around $15,000. What else? Yeah, those are the three different kinds that I could find. QPS Twist, QF in pink gold from around 2017. QPS Twist in white gold. I think this is from, I want to say 2019 or something. That has the date at 3 o'clock. And the Fleurier Tonda, which is an earlier piece. Here it says 2015 in 39 millimeter, has very lovely shoulders on this lug that I find very elegant and sculptural. Again, another great piece that carries that hallmark. Beautiful watches, well worth the money. Again, if you're looking for a dress watch, you find the Patek Calatrava either too expensive for your budget, too traditional, too conservative, too predictable. You have a great option, and it's kind of like the connoisseur's choice. It's like, hey, your watch has the Geneva seal, mine does it one better. If you are into that sort of pissing contest, um, horological pissing contest, you'll always come out on top. Get a watch that has the Qualité Fleurier rather than the hallmark of Geneva. Joking aside, they're great. Thank you for bringing it up, Thomas. I'm very happy to indulge you because you are such a loyal member of the audience. You're here day in, day out. You work almost as hard as I do in the chat, whipping everyone up, getting everyone excited. So I'm always grateful and very much indebted to you. So thank you for being there. So we're back to our coverage of Sotheby's Hong Kong Important Watches 2, which we were just passing through a few watches. First by a limited edition of Chopard LUC that was made in 100 pieces for the Princess Foundation, the Prince of Wales, to be specific. And then there was a nice, series of Frank Muller watches, which were fun and quirky in the best way, especially the Vegas, which is reference 6850, which has a roulette complication at the center of the dial, and the double mystery at 8816 with the reference number 6850 again. These are really great pieces, very fun pieces to wear as well. 8816 is Chrono Swiss, two-tone chronograph with an open worked dial and in a two-tone execution. A stainless steel case. It has their distinctive onion crown, the chronograph pushers, which actually have guilloche decorations on top for better grip. And of course, that fluted bezel too. This is their opus, which has the exposed and skeletonized bridges, also in the same pink gold accent. Reference 7522 from around 2007. As you can see, the stainless steel case is like almost sandwiched between those two coin-edged or fluted bezels, very subtly and elegantly domed bezel, a nice profile for this piece, which is a self-winding chronograph with an open-worked dial. With a 30-minute totalizer at 12 o'clock, a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuously running seconds at 9 o'clock, and a pointer date at 3. There's also, of course, the centrally deployed seconds hand, and the handset is blued Breguet as well. At lot 8819, the piece failed to attract any bids yet, but the starting bid is 4,459. You will remember perhaps from earlier this year that Revolution and Wayco, I think it was part of their Grail Watch initiative, did a limited edition opus in these striking tones of blue with Chrono Swiss. That proved to be really popular. This is basically the OG of this watch, and I think it is worth a consideration. Chrono Swiss, I don't necessarily know if they're in ascendance or not, but I've always felt that they are an underrated brand. I think they deserve some recognition, even if they don't get the mainstream recognition. I think they certainly deserve your consideration because once every so often you can get a decent deal on a pretty unique and decent piece. So Chrono Swiss Opus reference 7522, that is still stalled at its starting bid, which is right under 4,500 in US dollars at lot number 8819. This is actually one of my favorite pieces by Chrono Swiss. I've always liked their regulator dial pieces. This has, of course, in the tradition of regulator dials, which were centerpieces of watch and clockmaking workshops, as well as railroad stations for much of the 19th century and a little beyond. Um, and the purpose of those pieces, which uh, were much more precise and accurate in a way beyond their time, was to bring focal attention to the minute hand. So hence this sort of layout that has as the centerpiece of the watch the minute hands, and then in a minimized version of the hour dial here for that, and for the seconds it has kind of an oversized subdial at 6 o'clock, and you have a little window here for the date too. Again, the piece is very much distinguished by that oversized onion crown, and you can see that distinctive black rotor weight as well through the sapphire case back. This is the regulator classic date by Chrono Swiss. The reference number is 8733 from around 2018. This piece was listed at lot number 8821 without a reserve. It has attracted a few bids so far, and currently the bidding stands at 637 in US dollars. Please hit the like button while you're at it. I'm going to get a drink of water and I will be right back with you. And while we are at it, I'll show you another Chrono Swiss piece that kind of has a case shape similar to the Patek Philippe Pagoda or Eiffel, as they used to call it. And it is a jump hour piece. All right, we're back for a white gold jump hour piece by Chrono Swiss, um, in a unique elongated case shape that is reminiscent of Patek Philippe's Pagoda that they reissued, I think, already a quarter century ago. But it was kind of their piece out of the roaring 20s. We considered an example of the reissue earlier in this auction. I think if you go to the first page, you will see what I mean, or you can search for it. Pagoda, as in that particular East Asian take on the stacked tower. At any rate, you have here the Digiteur, of course, has the digital expression of the hour. A limited edition piece in white gold, a hand-wound caliber that is shaped for the case and nicely decorated in an austere fashion, right? Not necessarily in the most artisan way, but still quite respectable for number 16 out of a limited run of 99. I'm trying to remember an iconic number 16, but I wasn't a huge fan of Fabian Barthez. So I guess if you're a fan of one of the original um, bold French soccer players, um, not as legendary as Franck Leboeuf, perhaps, but this is number 16, and that was Fabien Barthez's jersey number. So if you like them, this might be the one for you. A very nicely and elegantly shaped and expressed watch, a jump hour in white gold by Chrono Swiss. And currently there's a sold bid on it at lot number 8822, and the bidding stands at 6,370 US dollars at around a week to go. Oh, Ghost Beazle. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the sticker. Thank you for $1.99. I appreciate you, man. Always. Pardon me. We have an interesting stainless steel chronograph from Omega at lot 8827 in stainless steel. A 2-register layout with the running seconds at 3 o'clock and a 30-minute totalizer at 9. Very accentuated Arabic numerals, kind of an old school mid-century flyback chronograph vibe on this dynamic 3. I think this is based on a generic ETA caliber, but I'm not quite sure. It's not a model that I'm incredibly familiar with. The broadsword hands and the largely yellow accents make it a pretty unusual piece. Um, I think the luminous material for the numbers should be, as well as the hands, tritium. So they have probably expired. The piece was listed at no reserve at lot 8827. For this piece that is currently being bid at 1,274 in US dollars with around a week to go. We have another Frank Müller Master Banker Havana, which is a triple time watch, as you can see. In addition to the three-hander primary dial, it has at 6 and 12 o'clock two separate dials that express with their two hands hours and minutes on two time zones and the date at 3 o'clock. A two-tone dial in shades of kind of you know, Cafe Cubano, our track, and silvered layout for the rest of the watch. The piece has a white gold tonneau shaped case. And you should be able to actually set the three dials separately from the same crown, as far as I know, which lives up to, of course, the self entitled master of complications, Frank Müller. This is a watch from around 2000, year 2000, for reference number 5850 for the Master Banker Havana, a triple time zone piece in a white gold tonneau shaped case. At lot number 8828, it has so far not attracted any bids, but the bidding stands at around 5,000 US dollars. 8833. We have a Luminor submersible Panerai 1950, a limited edition in bronze and titanium with a khaki colored dial. You have the fusile seconds hand on a sub dial at 9 o'clock, a date indicator at 3 o'clock, a rotational dive timing bezel that is graduated up to the first 15 minutes. This was a limited edition from around 2011, I believe. 47 millimeters, of course. It is already nicely patinated, and I think not in an unattractive way at all. So a very lovely piece. And lot 8833 for this Panerai Luminor Submersible 1950 PAM 00382. Bronze watch, titanium caseback, titanium screw-down caseback, I should say. And the starting bid being around 12,739 in US dollars. The piece has so far not attracted any bids, with around a week to go. Speaking of interesting Panerai pieces, there's a Panerai for Ferrari chronograph, the Gran Turismo, the two register piece, running seconds at 3 o'clock and a 30-minute totalizer at 9. Of course, there is a tachymeter on the Rejo for this cushion shaped chronograph that is decorated with a prancing pony on the case back, 100 meters water resistance for the stainless steel case, a self-winding chronograph from early 2000s. And apparently it comes with double folding, so kind of a butterfly style deployant clasp that matches the case material, stainless steel. This piece was listed at lot 8839 with no reserve, and the bidding has carried it so far to 1,400 US dollars and a little more than that. In fact, that was lot number 8839 for this Panerai for Ferrari Gran Turismo. We were talking a little bit about Parmigiani Fleurier earlier. The Tonda JT is an interesting chronograph. It's is basically a take on their Tonda 50, which is the 1950 they introduced, I think, as a 60th birthday gift to Michel Parmigiani. They iterated it into this integrated bracelet design with Tonda PF, which is a time and date, and also increasingly a time only and ingeniously complicated integrated bracelet watch in stainless steel and in other metals. Tonda GT, however, is their chronograph version, their sporty chronograph, which actually happens to be an annual calendar too. This is a limited edition on an integrated bracelet that is from last year. The dial has this stamped guilloche decoration, which has kind of like an honeycomb design at the center of the dial and like a radial guilloche for the hour track. And the entire piece has kind of a dashboard look for this limited edition. Of course, in stainless steel, except for the bezel, which I think even in the chronograph is in platinum. Oops, what the hell is going on? My apologies. Wait, something's going on here. Okay, give me 2 seconds. All right, let me double check from their own website so I can make sure that this is in fact the case. Because I don't want to mislead you at all. So this is Hmm. Okay, they usually point it out pretty consistently when they do have that bezel in platinum. So I'm assuming that that's not the case in the chronograph. Okay, which is, I guess, in full stainless steel. It does have a self-winding caliber with full rotor that has a 45 hour power reserve, nicely decorated with a partially skeletonized full gold rotor weights, one of only 200s. This is more easily found on a rubber band, and at that, I think on list, it's like it retails around, $24,000, if not a little more. Should be a little more expensive on the full bracelets if you were to buy it new. This piece, as it behooves a limited edition, I think comes as a full set, but I would urge you to reach out to them and confirm this if you're interested in bidding on this particular piece. 42 millimeters, unique for a lot of the chronographs of this kind. This is also an annual calendar with a big date indicator right under 12 o'clock, and also an indicator for the month, which is right below the seconds, continuously running seconds dial. The hour and minute hands are skeletonized, so you get, pardon me, a little more of an uninterrupted look at the chronograph registers. Um, I think this is a very unique entry to the segments. This particular piece is a limited edition, which you can't find everywhere, and certainly not necessarily at this price point. There's already a bid at it, but under 20,000, if you genuinely like it, it can still be a decent deal. Certainly at 15,000, it will be a decent deal, even if you were to figure in the buyer's premium and everything else. This is lot number 8842, a Tonda GT chronograph with the annual calendar function, stainless steel on its integrated bracelets, in a limited edition, one of 200s. It's currently being bid at 15,287 in US dollars. Thank you, JB. How are you? Hey, JB. Is the horse a deal breaker on the Ferrari watch? I still want the GP split second chrono. Thank you for the 999. I would go for, I think we have exchanged a lot of messages on this. I would go for the reference 9020, the Gérard Perregaux. I wouldn't go for the Panerai chronograph. It's nothing special. The Panerai Gran Turismo is not a very special piece. So I would go for the reference 9020. Mitch, how are you, man? How are you doing?
What's going on, Lord? Excuse me.
Are you eating cereal or something?
Yeah, no, having a good old box of Captain Crunch.
Nice.
Yeah, things I do at midnight. But yeah, no, I mean, not a whole lot going on today. Um, I I gotta tell you, Lord, I gotta tell you. So
Tell me.
every now and then, I don't do it too frequently, but every now and then I stop into the strip club and I give the bartender a gift. 'Cause he's been a great bartender for the last 5 years to me. Quite a few times where he probably should have tossed my ass out, but I gave him a gift. And I ran into a girl who was wearing a AP chronograph in solid gold. That's right. Quite the unique sighting there.
Hello. Am I talking to Mitch? Mitch, is that you? Come on, talk to me, Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
Good, Arnold. How are you?
Okay, okay. I I miss talking to you, Mitch. Mitch,
Mm,
how are you?
good. How are you?
Okay, talk to me, Mitch. Get down. Talk to
Yeah,
me.
I'm gonna make this the driest conversation ever. Do you prefer your biscuits either pre-cooked or cooked?
Mitch, I'm a stud. I'm a manly man. I don't eat biscuits.
I'm sure everybody
I
loves
I eat
biscuits.
schnitzel.
Schnitzel. What the fuck is schnitzel? Isn't that like an overglorified pretzel?
Not at all.
Isn't it like a
Schnitzel
pastry or
is
something like
a
that?
schnitzel is a thinly cut piece of meat breaded to perfection, made in my home country of Austria.
So it's like a Wellington then. That'd be like the closest thing I can think of off the top of my head, correct?
Mitch, I'll kill you.
I'm
I
assuming it's a
thought you
Wellington.
I thought you were my friend. Mitch,
I
be
honestly,
nice.
Arnold, I gotta be honest. I don't really follow. I do follow that you actually, Arnold. This is actually very interesting. Aside from the point here, I do find it humorous that he dines with all of his animals. Like he dines with all of his farm animals. Like he even shares some of his breakfast and lunches with the. I believe he has a miniature pony. That he shares
Who's
with
this? Who's this who dines with animals?
Arnold. Arnold actually does.
I don't dine with animals. I'm an animal myself.
No, I'm
I'm
serious.
a
Actually, look it
beast.
up. He actually dines with animals, with his
I'm a
farm
beast.
animals.
I'm a stud. I'm a man's man.
He actually has a miniature pony. I think he has two of them.
I was successful as a bodybuilder. I was successful as a movie star. I was a success as a businessman. And I was successful in politics.
I don't know. Your politics are quite debatable, actually, considering the state of California.
I, I'll kill you. I will terminate you. Be
Quite
nice.
frankly, I think
Be
actually the
kind.
Terminator franchise actually fell off after the second one,
Be
for
a
being frank and
gentleman.
honest.
You anger me. You must man up and talk in a gentlemanly way. I thought you
Mm.
would come to Los Angeles and we would sit down and we would smoke cigars, or we can get to the chopper and go out and
Oh,
shoot
speaking
some
of
guns. Shoot
cigars, I
some
need to reach out
guns.
to David.
Shoot
Or
some
yeah, I need to
shoot
reach out
some
to David.
guns like real men. Come on.
Wait, you can't shoot guns in L.A. Isn't like isn't that L.A. extremely liberal?
We'll get to the chopper in California, in out in the country. We can shoot some guns and smoke some cigars like real men. Come on.
Well, I'm gonna answer the Snapchat.
Meech. 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 I just wanted to say your name. It's so much fun. Come on. Okay, I'll be back.
I'm sorry. What was that? Now I was answering a message.
Nothing. What's going on?
Oh no, I just had to answer a Snapchat.
Snapchat? What are you,
Yeah, I'm
50
one of the
years
few
old?
people who still owns who has Snapchat.
Okay. I guess you do need those things when you are dealing with um, certain kinds of people.
Yeah, yeah. But anyways, like I was saying, yeah, there was a wonderful lady who was wearing a solid gold chronograph.
Oh,
It's very out of the blue to see that kind of being worn in that kind of establishment.
my friend Arnold actually likes AP. Did you want to talk to him perhaps about Otmar Piguet?
Doesn't he have an offshore?
Yes, I
He's
mean
like
he's
huge in the offshore. But he's big into Panerai, isn't he? Arnold's like massive into Panerai, isn't he?
Panerai. Come on, that's 2007. Grow up.
What was the other
Come
one that
on.
was really massive? Ulysse Nardin was like another one that was supposed to be like really massive with him.
I'm not sure, but I mean, it kind of fits the personality, does it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Putin likes it, etc. No, but he was Sly and Arnold were both into Panerai in a huge way. Arnold had, I think, kind of a hookup with Audemars Piguet, especially um, for the offshore. Um, yeah, I feel for a while they both wore Panerai, although Thomas insists that was just sliced alone, so I might have had it mixed up. I don't know.
I think he's correct on that. Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement. But it wouldn't surprise me either way.
Oh yeah, that was a legendary speech, by the way.
I yeah, I remember seeing that. I see it every now and then. Yeah, on Instagram and
It's
TikTok.
beautiful. It's beautiful.
I yeah, especially when it gets paired up with some of the memes online. It's quite touching, actually. But yeah, no, I had a short conversation with her. I couldn't stay for very long because I needed to
Yeah.
get back home. But I said, you know, I said, how did you come across, having a gold AP, especially like I'm like I asked her, I said, do you take it off when you do your dance sets or not? She said, nope. She's like, I don't even set the time on it. Apparently a wealthy client of hers actually gifted it to her. And she actually knows kind of her stuff a little bit. So she's like, I never unscrew the pushers because she said apparently they're very fragile. And she's like, I don't want to break them. But because she had commented, I was wearing my man on the fucking moon, and she commented, like, is that a Speedmaster? And I said, yeah, it is.
Nice.
And yeah, she kind of knew some of her stuff, so I'll give her credit where credit is due. But it was, like I said, it was unique.
It is pretty unique. I mean, you don't find the working woman every day who knows what a speedmaster is. So major props on that for sure.
Definitely. I mean, I'm sure she knows the heavy hitting brands, just for clientele purposes. But yeah, no, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, Speedmaster is kind of on the other end of the spectrum, so you wouldn't expect necessarily for her to know that. But this is the end of days limited edition Royal Oak offshore that was made for Schwarzenegger.
Is this PVD?
I believe so. Let's see. 500 pieces. Uh, Made at 1999, black PVD on stainless steel. So is the case back, and so is the buckle. Kevlar strap. Yeah, interesting
That's
piece.
interesting. Yeah, it really is interesting considering that it's a Holy Trinity, and you wouldn't expect a Holy Trinity to do PVD, honestly. Um,
No, I mean, this, you know, nearing the year 2000, they started doing a lot of interesting pieces to try to push into the mainstream. A lot of experimentation in the offshore series, especially. Um, so late 90s into 2000s, a lot of experimentation with materials, larger pieces, sportier, quote unquote, accents. Um, if you're into the offshore, I mean, these kinds of pieces are pretty interesting and certainly well worth looking at as a collectible for sure.
Offshores are fairly, or at one point in time, maybe not so much now, but they were fairly reasonable with their prices because they were considered to be what? Basically bastard children of the Royal Oak.
Unfortunately, I think again it's one of those I came to grow to like it in a way. I would never prefer it to the original design, but um, it was much maligned when it first came out. In fact, there were rumors that um, kind of Gerald Janta condemned it himself, which may or may not be true. Um, but when the Beast originally came out, um, and that was, yeah, that was 93, right? It celebrated its 30th anniversary. Um, or no, is it? Yes. Um, that they just reissued, which was a chronograph, of course, in this configuration. Um, it just had a bad name. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I look at it now in retrospect that, the original Royal Oak straddled the kind of brutal industrial modernist aesthetic and mixed it with traditional, elegant, dressy watch design. And it kind of found the perfect medium. I mean, if you like that design, you will not like how they iterated for sure. So it had to be taken in one direction or another, and they thought that the sporty version, I guess, would be more accessible and more popular. And in terms of the sales numbers, these were the Royal Oaks that were selling in late 90s, in early 2000s. The offshore was selling more than a jumbo, and not only because jumbo was always kind of a limited production watch within the limited production portfolio of AP. It was just too niche. So I don't know. AP might not have survived or might not have survived in the same way if it weren't for offshore. I guess that's also one way of recognizing its importance in the long run.
Interesting. Yeah, I know for a while that the offshore, like people would before the code 1159 here, people would rather just not buy an AP rather than be caught dead wearing an offshore. But of course, yeah, a year and a half. Yeah, about a year and a half now. That's obviously a very different case now.
Look, pardon me. I mean, the divers and the chronographs, I think, always had their niche. I mean, there were a lot of people, just not the mainstream horological enthusiast, I guess. The us watch nerds were less inclined to pick up, I guess, a Royal Oak offshore than anything else. But I think from a mainstream standpoint, these were watches that people thought about when anyone mentioned AP in the mainstream. So, you know, within our limited community, you're right, but in the mainstream, I don't think that's the case. I think the offshore was until very recently much more popular than the Royal Oak for the average person. And again, I admit that very begrudgingly, but it is what it is. Um, and I've grown to like it over time. I think, again, it was the right direction to go at the time. And at least the brand still exists in some shape or form. That's something to be appreciated, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. Another thing with the offshores though is they're built purposely large, aren't they? Like the average is like a 44 mil. That's like their base model, or something like that. I know they're. I might be 42 mil. I could be
42.
completely wrong.
42.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, they're. I think yeah, I think you're right. The entry level was 42 mil, so they're not exactly forgiving
Yeah.
on
I mean,
size.
there have been smaller versions, but always very thick boys compared to the Royal Oak Jumbo, especially the ultra thin. Um, there's larger stuff, of course, but yeah, overall, oversized, hyped, larger than life, kind of a little. There was a reason why the original was called the Beast, right? So um, it's maybe measures 42, but as with that thick case and with the integrated bracelet design, it's larger than 42. So yeah, Thomas says it. Look,
Yeah, I just seen that. Yeah, it makes
42
sense.
wears like 44.
It's made for the Americans. The Americans.
Yeah. So the original reference was the 25-721, the Beast, yeah, which they reissued earlier this year in black ceramic, as you can see here.
Okay.
And yeah, here is the original. You know, kind of like a brushed bracelet, rubber pushers and crown.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it is a little weird, just in general here. In general terms, it's weird to hear of Holy Trinity nowadays doing anything in a cheap regard. Meaning bronze, titanium, PVD, uh,
Mm.
full ceramic. Well, maybe not. Maybe not full ceramic, but it's full ceramic is a very high risk watch. Just ask the Omega Speedmaster owners. But either way, it's very uncommon to hear nowadays.
Oh, you don't have to go that far. Speaking of that, this is the black ceramic tourbillon that Eric Koo, who is a famous dealer and, of course, himself a collector of Cartier, who fell on his stairs
Yeah,
and banged it on his
I
wooden
shouldn't
floor.
laugh.
No, I mean, you can laugh. What can you do? I mean, it's a sad
I,
situation, of course,
it's
but
yeah, it's frail like your grandmother's bones. It's like peanut brittle.
ooh, that was me. Yeah, but yes, of course. I mean, it's kind of, as they say, it's the cost of doing business. I know, it's light, it's cool. It's like especially in Audemars Piguet, it's like the most aspirational and hardest to acquire material in the entire range. It's even more desired than platinum and pink gold, stainless steel, whatever.
I
These
can believe
pieces.
that.
Yeah, it's just the top of the line for them. They reserve it for the most special customers, most VIP collector. So I understand the appeal. Um, and again, I wanted to hate it, right? When I was in New York and I got to try on in the auction preview the blue ceramic version, which I thought would make me nauseous, of the perpetual calendar, I actually loved it. I mean, it's a very striking watch. I don't know if I would ever aspire to own something like that, because to me it's just too hyped up, too expensive, and too brittle. But it's so heavy, it's so striking, it's so beautiful. I
Oh, I
can
forgot
see
they
it.
made these hideous watches. I mean, they look like. Never mind. I perhaps
It's okay.
yeah.
It's
Never
okay, man.
mind.
Bash
Perhaps
away.
AP or yeah. No, it's. I guess more brands. It's bizarre to see these luxury brands come out with cheap and nasty dog shit. It's just disappointing, honestly.
Look, I mean, I've seen much more disappointing things from Audemars Piguet and Patek Philippe than material experimentation. This I appreciate to a certain extent, even if I recognize it's not for me. Um, but the new 6007 G Calatravas they released, and that I thought was nasty. Let me show you. You probably have seen it as well, but I just want to.
Yeah, I've seen these and I get where they're coming from, but these are not it. These are just they're just hot ass and not in a good way. I don't know. I don't. I mean, somebody. I think somebody said it best. It looks like an Oris, honestly. It looks like a love child of Oris, and it's just awful. I couldn't take anybody serious. I don't care what do these cost roughly. I'm just gonna ballpark figures 30 grand just because that's the way Paddock rolls.
It's almost 40. It's like
Fuck
37
me
before
dead.
tax.
I couldn't take anybody seriously wearing this. Like if you told me this is a $40,000 watch, I'd say get the fuck out of here. That's probably worth 700 bucks on a good day. It just does not look luxurious. It doesn't scream luxury. It doesn't scream quality. It just screams cheap and nasty rubbish.
Honestly, it looks like a mall watch to me. Um, it inspires in me the same feeling of disgust that Code 1159 does. Except I can appreciate if it weren't for um, the very contrived way of trying to look sporty. I could appreciate how plain, simple, and slender the case is, because that's a beautiful Calatrava case, with a different dial and different strap. Even on a I mean, even on a goddamn NATO strap, this watch would look better. But it's just trying so hard with that fake carbon fiber texture on the bracelet, at the center of the dial, the cheap yellow accents. I mean, look, man, just go back to your beautiful crown guard Calatravas like the 5127. That's as sporty as a Calatrava should look. If you can't sell that watch to a younger customer, don't. It's okay. You're Patek Philippe. You were never intended to sell watches for everybody. That's not what it's for. You're an
Right.
exclusive company. It's okay. You're in the luxury watch business. This is not an elitist statement. I'm not a Patek purist. I don't own a single one. So I'm not gatekeeping the brand. Please don't misunderstand me if you're in the audience. I just think, they have, as Tony Montana put it so eloquently, you just fucked yourself. I mean, both Patek and AP with those releases, Code 1159 or abominations like this in the Calatrava lineup. Um, I don't know what Patek is doing. apparently, they keep saying that they will release a new model for the first time and announce it later this year, with the first units to be delivered next year. Um, which is very strange because they keep insisting it's the first new model in since 1999, since the Aquanaut, so to speak. But then again, they were insisting that the pilot Calatrava was both old and new, and that was the new, that was the new thing. But I guess it wasn't a resounding success that they made it out to be. So they would rather forget about it, forget that it ever existed. So
Right.
now, going back again to 1999, they're releasing a new model for the first time, and it wasn't the pilot Calatrava, apparently. Um,
Well, what I find ironic here, if I remember the article on Houdinki correctly, it was some big wheel that works at Patek, and like when they asked him essentially, like, "Oh, are you gonna be doing your own CPO like Rolex?" He said in a very roundabout and pop way, saying, "Oh, we're Patek, Philippe. We don't lower our standards like Rolex." But yet you shit out this fucking turd and expect the customers to fucking buy it. Get the
mm,
fuck out of here.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, it's maybe it's above my pay grade. Maybe I don't understand, but I genuinely think that they have lost their way since Nautilus caught the hype around 2016, 2017. This is genuinely a brand that doesn't know where it's going. It certainly doesn't have the kind of agenda and sense of direction that Philippe Philippe Stern had. I think Thierry Stern doesn't really know where he's going. Sometimes he goes with the flow, sometimes he wants to go against the flow. In either case, he's directed by hype. I don't think he has a program in his own head, which is detrimental to a leader. I mean, you can't, you just can't lead a brand like Patek Philippe if you don't know what you're doing.
Well, I think
Uh,
a lot of brands are going in this direction, when you
sure.
so so not to kind of, be drab or be that guy, but when you look at Rolex, see the 1908 doesn't make sense. It's just a rebranded Cellini. And why Rolex is insists to be in this dress line category is beyond me. You've got three different watches that are your official dress line. The Datejust, the Day Date, and you could very much argue probably a Daytona in solid precious metal of some type. So why the fuck do you need a dress watch in your lineup? It makes zero to no fucking sense. But yet they insist on cramming it down the puncher's throat for 22 grand. Then you look at I would say Zenith. Zenith had probably
Let's
had one of the
before you go to Zenith. I was talking about the perpetual 1908, and I mostly agree with you. I think, again, um, I think it's destined to be a failure. I actually don't mind the fact that they are trying, as long as they have that knowledge, that it's not really going to go anywhere. I like the fact that they use this as an experimental platform. This is the first time they're using um, the siloxy, the silicone hairspring, in kind of a mainstream watch. They had previously used it in, ladies' pieces. Like, I'm talking about genuine 26 millimeter pieces, not like your Explorer, which is 39 millimeters.
fuck
Unlike
me
the
dead, mate.
unlike the new masculine version of it that just came out. But joking aside, this is a very thin watch, which is very unlike um, Rolex, which distinguishes it to a certain extent from the Oyster cased watches. And because the silicon hairspring doesn't need the Breguet overcoil, it also allows it to be much thinner. So, not that that will make it the resounding success that Rolex perhaps wishes it to be, but it's at least a little different, and it's not really a replacement for Cellini. I think it's a nice change. That being said, I completely agree with you. Rolex already has dress watches in Datejust and Day Date, and it's exactly the kind of dress watch that makes Rolex such an easy choice in the sports watch segment, because you basically take the best utilitarian aspects, the most pragmatic everyday wear uh, features of an Oyster watch, and combine it with a little bit of jewelry, like with a little bit of decorative touch in precious metal, ideally, and that's it. You don't need to try harder than that. I completely agree with you on that point.
I think, and this is where I'll probably get a little flack here, but I think they should just, cram an ETA movement in here and just put it at $2,500. Honestly, because let's be honest, this is probably the only Rolex that you'll ever actually be able to walk in and get. They probably got at least two of these in the safe, and they probably are going to be a requirement that you have to purchase if you want to get a Daytona or I don't know, precious. Well, maybe not precious metal sub, but a sub of some type. Um, and I think if you really wanted to create like a true entry level watch, something on cheap nasty lid strap, fuck, this would be it right here. I mean, it's not like you can't touch an OP anymore. You can forget those days.
Hey,
I think
look,
a dress watch might be like the perfect entry level Rolex
I
nowadays.
mean, in all fairness, if you really are looking for quote unquote Rolex watch with an ETA movement at 2500, get a Tudor Royale. I mean, that's where you have exactly what you want.
I
So
mean, yeah. I mean,
it is what it is.
it is what it is. Well, I mean, the Royal wouldn't be half bad. It's just the bracelet is shit on it. They need to update that bracelet. Other than
Okay,
that, it's not a bad watch.
it's okay. I mean, at that price point, I think they can't offer what much more. I think that's a great deal at that price point for Rolex's only remaining integrated bracelet watch in the lineup. And I know it's not all that, but at that price point, it's really a decent watch as well. So, I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Tudor Royale, but that's neither here nor there. But you were saying something about Zenit. What
Yeah,
was the
Zenith.
release?
Okay, so I'm not talking about the Defy line. I'm not talking about the Chronosport. I don't even know what the hell it is. So it's basically a mix of like it's in PVD. It's supposed to look like this big pilot's watch or something like
Oh
that.
yeah,
It's got the date. Is it the date at 6 o'clock? So it does it by numbers here. So it'll be like I know, like the 1st of January. It'll be 01. This thing's fucking ugly. It's hideous. It looks like it has no identity. It's trying to be eight things at once, and it does not look fucking good. This thing is atrocious, and they want what 7.5 for it? Jesus Christ! Fuck me, dead. This thing is ugly. PVD Big Date Pilot. That's what it is.
oh yeah.
I mean, first off, you got it in PVD, which PVD. Look, I don't know. For some people, but who like PVD, sure. I've never liked PVD. Doesn't matter what the brand is. PVD always looks like shit in the end here. I get some people like that. So be it. But this thing is just atrocious. I think this thing is fucking ugly. I don't know what the hell. I think this was like design that got thrown on the desk of an executive at about 5:55 on a Friday afternoon, and they said, "Fuck it, let's run with it, and let's go to the bar and get drunk." Um, yeah. What do you say on this? What do you say on this monstrosity?
That's that's a very funny way to put it. But look, I'm gonna approach it from the point of view of trends. I don't like it, but I have kept saying two catchphrases and two cliches, especially towards the end of last year. I was first joking, Salmon is the new blue, right? Because the blue dial sports watch was the first time that horological hype broke into the mainstream, right?
Right.
everything caught fire. And then they had to, of course, the marketing teams had to huddle up and come up with a new hype color. Green was chosen. And I started saying it's now the salmon. Every brand will have a salmon dial watch. And soon enough, you started seeing, everyone release at least a limited edition, if not um, a steady addition into the lineup. And sure enough, I mean, of course, a shade of blue will always be more popular than a shade of pink. Whatever we say about the transformations that the hobby has experienced, it's more diverse now. There are more women who are watch collectors than there has ever been. But of course, men like blue. Most watch collectors are men. Blue will be more popular anyway. But salmon took over. And then I was also saying, just to be even more playful, black is the new black because blacked out watches are coming back. And, brace yourself for more pieces in matte, sandblasted titanium, uh, PVD coated, DLC coated, blacked out pieces, black ceramic, on and on and on. And this is it. I mean, the last year was the 50th anniversary of first serially produced PVD coated watch, which was the Porsche design chronograph. Um, and they are coming back. These are all trends. They work in cyclical fashion. In 2 3 years the industry will get tired of it because they will need to sell new watches, they will move away from it. But I think this is just about the least exciting um, version of it. But as far as I know, at least in the chronograph version, it's actually a black ceramic case. I don't know, maybe the time only version might be pardon me, I'm still sick, so I do apologize. The time only version might be PVD coated, but as far as I know, the the blacked out version of the chronograph is actually no, this is black ceramic too, man. I'm
Uh,
sure you will now shit on it in a different way because you just want to hate. But
no,
it's not
I no, like I don't. This thing could be made out of fucking, I don't know, plutonium or fucking solid gold, whatever the hell you want to make. It just looks like shit. Honestly,
you
the
just
dial
don't
just looks
like
like
the
shit.
aesthetic. Well, look,
No, I don't.
in in either case, coming from the other direction, to say it in the most unkind way possible, you can polish the turd as well because you can say, well, you might not like PVD, but even when it ages and gains, these exposed edges, it actually looks cool because it's like patina. Someone can say something like that, and you will say horse shit. And you can still say when it's black ceramic, I still don't like the aesthetic. You're entitled to that, but at least um, you have that durable look that doesn't chip off or rub off or come undone over years, right? It's a blacked out watch that will stay that way, of course, until you smash it into something and it will break into 1,000 pieces because it's ceramic. But that's another story. Um, I just, look, Zenit is as entitled, probably much more entitled than Patek Philippe to make pilots' watches. So I like the genre. Whether I like it in this blacked out version, um, I can't say. Honestly, with the big eye registers, with the big dates uh, display, I must like it. You know, big Arabic numerals, everything is as I desire. I'm wearing a Type 20. This is exactly my genre. But I can't muster up enough excitement about this particular piece to defend the watch to you. So even though I will be fair and say that the blacked out versions are actually fashioned out of ceramic and not PVD coated, um, I don't have a defense. The big date flyback chronograph, which has a 42.5 black ceramic case. Um, I don't know what the price is. Let's check it out.
Well, whatever it is, it's too much money. I think it's
Actually, I have
7,500.
no
I
idea.
could be wrong.
Let's see, shop in store. And then we'll check the time only. No, it doesn't. Okay, let's check like a news story or something. Then it's pilots. Here it
Oh,
is.
look, there he goes. Hey, hey, come here. Come here. Kitty, 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 kitty. Come here. Look, right there. Right on the counter. Right. No, look. Look there, you dumbass. Come here. Come here. No. There. Right there. Get him. And there he goes. Oh, fuck me dead. I've been beefing with this mouse for like the last week here. He just, I don't know what I don't know. I'm getting tempted to just leave him. He's dodged all my mouse traps and he just makes a fool out of my cat. It's fucking annoying.
Okay, so the flyback chronograph with the big dates is 11,500 for the stainless steel and 13,500 US dollars for the black ceramic.
Shit.
And the time only version with the dates at 6 o'clock is 7,500 US dollars in stainless steel and 9,600 in black ceramic. That's an expensive watch for what it is, quite honestly.
Yeah, and it's not even appealing. I wonder how well these will do on the resale market. I wonder if they're what their investment value is. I doubt it's going to hold even for a half a year.
No, I mean, again, it's not my genre, and I used to be an all black kind of guy, at least at a certain era of my life. But
You don't say.
you know, I don't like it.
I mean, either way. And then moving on to my third one here, and that's Grand Seiko. Now, I shit on Grand Seiko constantly because I can. Um, but it seems like Grand Seiko is really putting all their faith onto this. Oh, what the fuck do they call it? The white birch. Did you see that all platinum white birch they came out with? It literally looks like a fucking turd because they put the white birch texture not only on the dial, they made the
Right.
casing out of it as well. It looks fucking atrocious,
Yeah.
awful.
Look, I mean, I think it's one of the things, again, handwork for the sake of handwork. You can appreciate it. I would appreciate it from far. I can understand the kind of artisanship that goes into decorating the case and the dial in that sort of integral and cohesive way, but I don't like the pattern in the first place. I've always thought, again, with all due respect, that Grand Seiko's dials and dial patterns are kind of overrated. I think I'm more interested in their technology, their spring drive movements, and everything else. I'm much more impressed by that than the so-called you know dial patterns and the Zaratsu polishing and whatever else. So since I don't like the birch, white birch dial in the first place, I like it even less when it's also applied to the platinum case. So
I wonder how much of a pain in the ass this is to refinish. That must just be a nightmare.
well, I mean, why think about that? you know I'm not even sure why it's appealing in the first place. So I don't know. I mean, it's, again, these kinds of pieces are so niche and produced in such limited numbers that they will find its buyer, and quite honestly, probably within that circle of half a dozen to a dozen collectors, it will probably hold its value pretty well too. So I don't hate it, but I don't like the dial in the first place. So, it doesn't impress me that it was applied to the case too, even though, you know, uh, God bless the hands of the artisan who did it, because it must be
Sure.
difficult work. And like you said, it is probably just as difficult to refinish. And I'm sure it won't be a small bill, so to speak.
I mean, it looks like a dried turd, but back to my original point here. I mean, you got a lot of brands doing this, and I mean, lastly, I'd point out Omega, but there's really nothing to point out there because they're basically at this point just rebranding the shit from last year because they're officially out of ideas. And like you mentioned before, a lot of these brands just seem to hit a wall here. Like they have no clue what they're gonna do, so they're just reaching into the vault, kind of Frankensteining some monstrosity and re-releasing it in something like this. The White Bridge, which I've actually, for what it's worth, I think the White Bridge is actually great, and I'd probably own one if it wasn't 12 and a half grand. Um, or you got Zenith completely creating something that's just purely disgusting, or Rolex trying to force something that really shouldn't be forced at all. We certainly are hitting a weird just wall here with watches where the companies I feel like dare I say they're scared of the punters. Actually, I think they're just scared of people want change, but they don't want drastic change, and I don't think there's any way of getting around that or how you address that. I'm not sure.
Hello, am I talking to Mitch? Mitch, is
Oh,
that you?
maybe not.
What are you talking about, Mitch?
Talking about my prostate here. So, every time I take a shit, it takes me about 40 to 45 minutes. Is that normal, Arnold?
Mitch, man up. I thought we were talking about watches.
Well, I mean, Arnold, you seem like the perfect guy. I mean, you're in your 70s. I mean, men's prostates often overlooked. I think we should educate the male
I'm not that
audience.
old. You are confusing me. You're confusing me with old man Stallone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arnold's 4 years younger than Stallone, if I remember correctly. I
I'm
might
a
have that
man's
flip-flopped.
man. I'm a stud. I'm timeless. I'm ageless.
Oh, it's timeless as your movies, at least the first
I'm
two, anyways.
ballsy. I smoke cigars every day, and I eat people like you for breakfast. Come on.
What's your pony's name?
My pony's name is Mitch.
Oh shit! Is that the time? All right.
how how
Um,
is how is that for a joke? Do you like it?
Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Actually, Lord, I actually do have to hop back down to the barn here. I
Who's
have to check
Lord?
on something, and
I'm Arnold.
well, either way, I have to hop down there. I got to be back down there, and I have to check on something. But we'll catch you in the next one.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I thought we were friends. Where are you going? Come on, get down. Mitch. Mitch, I have an office in Santa Monica. Call me. Ask for Governor Schwarzenegger and tell them you're my friend. And if you come down to Los Angeles, we can smoke cigars and maybe we'll get to the chopper and go out and shoot some guns. Come on. Okay, guys, the fun has ended. Maybe we can go back to some watch talk. Honestly, I don't disagree with a lot of Mitch's assessments, surprisingly. We hardly find common ground when it comes to watches, but I think he's pretty much on the mark when it comes to some of these new releases. I mean, look, Grand Seiko, especially at that segment, platinum watches that have special kinds of finishing, it's always such a limited run that you're talking about a very limited circle of collectors who just like that style. Um, so I don't think they will have a hard time to sell. And I really don't think they even care about mainstream recognition at this point, right? They have people, Seiko at large, they have people who appreciate them at several price points. Some people like me love their entry level and their prospects line, up to $1,000. Some people love their Presage stuff. Some people love their Grand Seiko line. Some people love their vintage pieces. They don't care if it's quartz or not, if it's an original design. Like, for example, the Gerald Janta conceived locomotive is such a fascinating and great watch, beautiful piece of design that really expresses that integrated bracelet genre. Pardon me. For the Zenith one, I that design doesn't inspire me, and as much as I love both the pilot's watch genre and blacked out watches, somehow that doesn't gel with me. um the Rolex Perpetual 1908, I already talked about it. I think it's not such an abject failure, but I've always felt that perhaps Rolex doesn't need to try so hard to constantly renew and resuscitate the Cellini line, unless it is going to be something different. I think time will show whether this is different enough as I try to, you know, expound on that nuance, because it's a watch that has a distinctly slender profile for a modern Rolex. Um, and they have achieved that by actually, taking advantage of the siloxy hairspring, which they had not used extensively until now. And that's how the exhibition case back makes sense too, right? It only, it takes on a different kind of significance when you realize it's a very unusually thin caliber for Rolex. It is a caliber that they are using for the first time on a watch that can potentially have a mainstream appeal rather than 26 millimeter ladies model. Um, for the first time, they're using a silicon hairspring for that kind of watch. And, let's see what happens, because it does, I think, aesthetically set itself apart from the average, oyster cased Rolex watch. So we will see. Why not? I don't really expect it to be insanely successful, though. When it comes to big name brands, I think really Vacheron Constantin, like the so-called Holy Trinity, Vacheron Constantin remains the only brand that keeps actually impressing me time after time. I think they are the unrecognized masters of design within that constellation. Um, let's take a quick look. before we maybe return to the auction and finish it up. But I think they did a great job with the novelties. Of course, the tourbillon was pretty interesting, but that's not what I was going to talk about. Again, the green hype kind of continues with this, really kind of like a pine green sunburst. And you can see how the Maltese cross doubles up for a second sand, right? Because they have this particular screw mirror polished, so it can point to the second as the tourbillon makes its 1 minute revolution within that case, which is a traditionnel, if I'm not mistaken. This is a beautiful watch. It's very traditionally designed. I think the green dial is beautifully executed, just as beautiful as the Laurent Ferrier was. A much more classic case design, more in the lines of the classic origin than the square that we saw with Laurent Ferrier, although they have introduced a green dial on both. I like the fact that they focused on the retrograde complication, right, where they had the patrimony, which is like a retrograde day and date, beautiful salmon dial in a platinum case. Those beaded minute track is just a joy to see. The retrograde dates with the moon phase at 6 o'clock for the overseas is kind of a quiet revolution, so to speak, even though it shouldn't hit so hard, because what is it at the end of the day? It's just a romantic complication and something that's technically impressive at the beginning of each month. But it's really those kinds of seemingly useless mechanical marvels that excite us so much about wristwatches in the 21st century. And I think, again, just the accents of that baby blue, right, which is both the color of the loom on the date hand and the writing itself, as well as the minutes, is such a beautiful little detail that you would only find in a brand like Vacheron Constantin. And same thing with the traditional retrograde tourbillon with the partially open work dial. What a beautiful trio. And you can see it's the same here too, as you can see with the Maltese cross on the tourbillon, because one of the screws, again, is, I think it's black polished. Let me see. Right. You see, all the others are like that, and then one of them is black polished, so it can double up as a second sand and kind of be at least minimally distinctive. Yeah, they always come up with I think something that is aesthetically pleasing, something that expresses complications in a very straightforward and beautifully simplistic way. Classic designs that have that one special touch. Um, I'm glad Vacheron Constantin is getting more respect than it perhaps used to from the mainstream, but thankfully not too much. So there's still a lot on the secondary market where you can find some great deals on Vacheron Constantin watches, especially from a bygone era. I mean, it's a great underappreciated piece brand, I should say. All right, so last few minutes, I will see if I can make a run for it for this um, for the last pieces of the auction. If you want to give me some extra work, if you want me to discuss a few more things, a few different subjects, feel free to send in a super chat. I would be happy to extend the show a little bit. Otherwise, I'm nearing the end of my usual 4-hour program, my regular shift. So I will leave you then, but hit the like button in either case. I have here maybe a dozen more watches to talk about. And I will actually start with Zenit, lot 8873. It is a Port Royal 5 Elite, which is a stainless steel dual time zone watch. Date at 3 o'clock. It actually, on the periphery of the dial, has a 24-hour scale, because it has that extra 24-hour hand, as you can see, which is red tipped in this thin arrow-like fashion, continuous running seconds at 9, and kind of a crosshair design at the center of the dial. Pusher for the jump hour when you are actually traveling between time zones. Pardon me, transparent caseback, which exposes the caliber. Stainless steel on a stainless steel bracelet from around year 2000. The piece is 38.5 millimeters, so quite wearable. And this piece has attracted a couple of bids. It had started at no reserve at lot number 8873, and it's currently being bid at $573. 8872 is Gérard Janta chronograph from his Jeffica series, which has this kind of beaded accents on the case band. South-winding piece in stainless steel. Has the day dates at 3 o'clock. Speaking of unique dial designs, it has that safari style decoration. I've always had a soft spot for Gérard Genta's own brand. Otherwise, this is a pretty run-of-the-mill chronograph built on some version of the Valjoux 7750, but nevertheless, you can see elements of Gérard Genta's design language all over the piece. And this is again, a Jeffica chrono for the recently revived Gerald Janta brand, which will start its operations under the premises of Louis Vuitton at La Fabrique du Temps, with the work of master makers Enrico Barbazzini and Michel Navas. But this is, of course, an example from probably around, I would say, 90s, and 36.5 millimeters in diameter. And the piece has so far failed to attract any bids at number 8872, but the starting bid stands right around 3,822. Hey, man, how are you doing? Just
Hey,
so
good to be on. How are you?
good. Nice to see you, man.
Good show so far.
Thank you. How you been, man?
You know, busy at work and staying on the prowl with some of the watches that I think are at a spot where you could really take a chance and hopefully be, get the watch that you want at the price that you want.
I think so. I think it's a decent time at the market. You know, I do think that by and large, you know, when you look at the entire market, I think the trend is still downwards. But perhaps, you know, we're at a time where for some of the very desirable watches, they're already pretty good deals. So if you have the budget, if you can swing it, if it's something that might not come around a couple more times before the end of the year and you find a good deal, it might be a decent time to just go for it.
Yep. Do you have any watch on your mind right now that is that fits that spot for you, of the one that you constantly think about?
I have, you know, on the one hand, there's always one watch I prioritize, and that's the Royal Oak for me. But in the meantime, of course, my emotional connection to the brand, I think, has been not completely destroyed, but severely damaged in the last 5 years. I have to be honest with you. So unless it's exactly what I want at an absolute steal of a price, and I have a couple of models in mind, so I'm somewhat flexible. I don't think that would be it, but that's still my priority. And otherwise, I have a couple of other pieces that I've been following up, and I think I might end up with one quite soon. You just sent something. I wonder what that is in the background.
So yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I have not had a chance to catch up with you on, the new Rolex releases and kind of just chop it up on. So I put together a couple of things that from my collection that comparing to the new ones, and some of the things that as a Daytona owner that you see right away of some of the cool features. I think that'd be a good visual and kind of design points. But yeah, how have you been? You sound sick.
Yeah, I have been. I mean, I'm feeling much better now. You know, last night I was feeling, you know, much less energized, much less organized. But today it's a little better. I have a little more energy. I feel better. I'm not 100% yet, but I'm almost there. Almost there. I mean, I think, I think I'll get there. But yeah, I'm basically looking at a few. I mean, I was just talking about Gerald Janta and how his brand is being revived. There are a few watches from his range that I have always liked.
Yep.
And that can offer interesting complication, good opportunity. Maybe I might Daniel Roth again. If I can find good price points, interesting complication, I might go for one. But I'm still trying to swing for a Royal Oak, but I'm less enthusiastic. They are still overpriced for my liking.
But just think when you have one on your wrist and it's yours. All right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
Does that feeling take away from if you didn't have one of the ones that you had in there? Do you ever think about, well, I could part with this one and maybe get there with?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't operate like that. I think life would have been easier if I were a flipper. You know, if I could say, hey, let me move these two watches and get into a Royal Oak. But I have spent so much time and so much of my hard-earned money for every single piece in my collection that even for the next watch, I would not want to part with them.
Right.
I might, you know, I mean, look, I can part with them if life demands it. You know, if I need it for, you know, God forbid. I mean, if family needs it for some reason, you know, if the family needs some extra cash, or you know, if I'm establishing a new business and maybe I need a little bit of an influx, you know, that sort of scenario maybe. But for another watch, never. That's not how I operate.
What gets sold before your watches?
In an emergency situation, nothing gets sold before the watches. Watches can go first. But you know, in a more pedestrian situation, I guess there can be a few pieces of real estate that can go first. You know, if it's just an investment opportunity or something. But in a, you know, in a make or break kind of situation, the watches can go. As long as I can still have my sub, I think they can all go.
Yep. That's the gift sub, right?
Yep. That's my dad's. Yeah.
I was going back through some of the auctions that you covered and just seeing, okay, which ones were a deal, which ones were going to go way over. And, you know, there were a couple of pieces that were some of the more featured or resound, you know, ones that had estimates in the millions did not perform so well.
Right. We're talking about important watches one, which happened in Hong Kong like a couple of days before.
Right.
Let's take a look if you want. Let's see, category watches. There we go. All right. What did you have in mind?
Well, the first one was 2106. And 2106 went for.
Oh, wait. I need to sign in. Let me see.
This is the 5-digit Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520. But this is the watch when you see the link here in a moment, you'll see this watch and kind of how closely it is to, you know, the new Daytona from 2023.
I mean, I would know because I made a whole video about it, as you know. So
yep. And a good video too.
So it went for around 27,500 in US dollars before the premium, I'm guessing.
I did not see box and papers with this one, so maybe that may be a high price to pay for one without it. Okay, it has just the box.
Yeah, which, they just, I mean, presentation box seems appropriate here because they basically just picked up one and placed it next to this. I mean, it's, if you have the box, you probably have the papers. So they just matched it with whatever they had.
Let me find the others that I noted that were.
By the way, of course, my friend Jake Brooks here has one of these that he happened to pick up from an auction at a pretty good deal and as a full set. And that was long before it became mainstream that Paul Newman had one. And it was long before Rolex, of course, renewed and rehauled the entire line, where the aesthetics of the dial are almost one-to-one, replicating the Zenith Daytona reference 16520 in the new, with the longer, slender indices for the hour markers, with, again, the outer rings of the chronograph registers. It's a pretty similar design.
Late night, living up to the light, living up to the name. Yep.
Hey, Ozzy. Well, I'm lucky. I'm fortunate that JB joined me at the last minute because
He was
I
already
might have
checked out.
closed the show. Yeah, I might have closed the show. Hey, Bruce G, nice to see you.
And now we got this party started.
Yeah. What was the next watch you were looking at?
Just there was several of the Patek Philippe's that did not sell. They had I'm looking for the bid number. Okay, 2294. Here was one. This was supposed to be the biggest one on their plot, or one of the biggest. It's 20. Yep.
Let's see. 24, you said?
2294.
2294. Okay. Oh, it seems to have disappeared.
Okay.
Let's see. Wait.
So here's what it looked like.
Maybe we can find it here.
It was the 5074.
22-4. Say the lot number again.
2294.
2294. Okay.
They may have.
Yeah, they removed it. Look, 2293, 2294.
All right, so this is what happened. It was a reference 5074.
Uh-huh.
And the estimated minimum bid, the estimated range was 3.5 million. And they waited about a minute and a half to get the first bid of 500,000.
Yeah.
500,000. But
wait, what was it again? Remind me.
So
reference number what?
It was 5074.
Oh, okay. All right.
With the white dial, I think this is their perpetual calendar, right?
That's basically what they call a grande complication. So it's like a perpetual calendar chiming watch. Yeah.
Right.
And
but they didn't get the first bid of 500,000, and so I mean they even took it off the website.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was platinum as well, right? 5074P, probably. Was it white metal? Do you remember?
I have the picture of it. I'm gonna put it up here, and you can tell me if you remember from it.
Okay, this is the pink gold version. Still, I mean, this is like, a cool $500,000 watch, but again, pretty selective or self-selective group, of people who can bid on something. But yeah, this happens. This happens sometimes right before the auction. This happens apparently right after once every so often, when something isn't get bid on, it can get removed and it can disappear into the void.
Yeah, like don't do further damage of knowing that it didn't sell, right? Just get it off the website and forget about it.
Yeah, if you guys want to roll back the tape, I have previewed these pieces, so you could listen to my take then. I can provide the link. But
I was scrolling through here to see if any of these were just absolute steals. I saw one or two, but I mean most of them were either within the range or past. But there were a couple that were like, "Ooh, somebody get a good deal there."
oh, for sure. I mean, there's always an interesting piece. I mean, speaking of things that did sell, this 5016 P, which is again, minute repeater, tourbillon, and a perpetual calendar with a moon phase on top, in platinum with a black dial, Breguet numerals, retrograde date. So basically anything and everything you can expect from a high complication Patek, sold for almost 5 million Hong Kong dollars, which probably is what? More than 650K in US dollars, especially when you start adding up the dues and buyer's premium and everything else. So, maybe
573,000 US dollars before premiums. Premiums are 25%, right?
wait a second. Are you sure that the price indicated here includes the premium?
No.
Philips usually, when they finalize the list and produce the results, they include it, but here it might not actually, and I assume it doesn't unless it's indicated otherwise.
It's close enough. 4.5 million to 4.5 million Hong Kong is 573 USD.
It's 5 million though, almost. It's 4,953,000.
All right, so I can adjust it, but I'm telling you, it's a ballpark of.
Yeah. I mean, it's easily, it's more than $500,000. Let's put it like that. Either way you slice it. But yeah, chances are, there were only a couple of guys, even in that select room, who were bidding for watches like that, that kind of high complication Patek, which is basically edging towards $1 million. If they got heated up over that, they may have missed out on the 5074. So
right. But I'm telling you, there's dozens of watches there where whoever the high dollar people were, they weren't interested and they weren't bidding. So they're like, we're waiting for the phones, waiting for online.
Yep.
Pass. Okay, so let's look at this one. All right. So they say possibly unique on this one, right? Someone had this made. At the very bottom.
By the way, that's my favorite auction-related euphemism.
Possibly unique.
Possibly unique. Like you can't tell me if it's one of a kind, but you also don't want to give up completely on the idea that this might be a pièce unique, as they call it in French. It's specially made. No one has anything like it until we find the next one. But possibly this is unique. But please go ahead. Yeah.
Possibly your sibling. No. Um, okay, so but at the bottom of this, and I guess this was a custom piece with a custom color. There's the word email, and I was like, why the hell would they put that in here? And I like looked at it again. I think it says if we zoom
That's
in.
funny. No, that's what the French call faux amis. So it fooled you. That's mi, which refers to the enamel dial.
Hmm.
Um,
If
kind
you
of
zoom
like
in, what
the word pain means bread in French.
that
So
looks so weird.
yeah, it's not a
E-
smartwatch, guys.
email.
Yeah,
That's where emails go, right in that little dumpster where the circle is.
it's not a smartwatch. It won't actually receive your emails for you and
So
read them out for you.
it
You
says
gotta
email on the dial.
look, man. If you can pay this much for a watch, I'm sure you can find someone who can read your emails
There's lots of good
and make
robots
you
out there
coffee
that are
in the
reading
morning.
emails. So yeah, this is cool. This one sold over. There was one, and you may have to look for it for a second. That it was a Daytona with a service dial for a 5-digit. I mean, it was cool, but
I'll say one thing about this. I mean, look, the minute repeater, of course, is it's a joyride. It's a prestige complication. You can say, it's useless, whatever, but it's actually pretty impressive to implement, especially if it sounds pleasant, and especially if it comes in this kind of elegant, simple, pure form that can actually be worn on the wrist with some comfort. And this is like a 38.5 millimeter case with a lovely enamel dial with um, blackened Breguet numerals on it. So as classic as it gets, as utilitarian as it gets for this kind of outrageous complication. So 4.5 million in Hong Kong dollars. Um, it's again, you're talking about almost 580,000. So it's quite a lot of money, but
man,
certainly
I
one of the
love the
premium.
two. I love the colors. Really, the way that they do the two. I always kind of look at the number two. Of
Yeah.
what's the choice for it? But size on the numbers and how they're set with the certain colors is really can make it or break it on a watch.
Yeah, and it's Breguet numerals on a Patek is almost always special, especially if it's like a complicated piece. Um, it starts getting into different kinds of price segments,
All right,
and
right there on the
yeah,
right.
this is actually a very special kind of prototype dial. It's not a service dial. You can't get a dial like that at service, unfortunately. It's what they call a test
Prototype
dial.
of test style.
Um, apparently, they wanted these sorts of sterile pieces to send it out to chronometer tests and similar trials. So this was possibly unique. At lot number 2251, it's the same generation of Daytona as you, maybe, actually quite similar in age too, right? Yours
Yep.
was 97, right?
Hmm.
This is a 98, sold for around 500,000 in Hong Kong, which, no, almost $65,000. It reminds me of what the famous collector Claude Sfer said. The face of the watch is like 90% of its value. You
Yeah.
might find it exaggerated, but when it comes to Rolex, vintage and even neo vintage, if you find something truly special that you can ground in fact, and not just fiction, oh, this is one of a kind, red Paul Newman dial that no one can quite confirm and authenticate. That's another thing. But something like this, it doesn't surprise me that it's accrued that much premium. It's basically more than twice what they go
Right.
for.
And you can see the running seconds is over there at 9 o'clock. So
Yeah.
It's definitely not like a transitional test dial.
No, it's, and you have the papers too that match with the serial, so it's not like a watch that's invented, from whole cloth and patched together somewhere. So
Yeah, it's got the basic outline of it. No indices, no numbers.
no crown, which I'm sure would have turned you off even if you were potentially bidding on it. That's a
Yeah, what
deal
would you do
breaker.
with this? This is a cool one to have and to store away and show your buddies. Hey, they didn't. I don't know. I don't think
Yeah,
I would just like. This wouldn't be like my like nice beater. This isn't. I don't know. Do you go to a nice place with this on?
no, I mean, look, this is certainly, you can probably think of half a dozen significant Daytonas from across the generations before you go for something like this. This is like a super collector's watch,
Right.
or it might be a dealer who bought it to sell it for even more to a super collector. Because let's not forget, and there's nothing particularly fishy in that practice,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of dealers scour the entire world, not just these big auctions, but smaller auctions, buy up watches, and then turn around and sell them to collectors that they already have in their network. And that's how
Yeah.
they make their money.
Do you want to try the link that I sent you? See if it works and pulls up.
The Daytona?
Yep, the Daytona.
Sure. Let's
Just
do
a
it.
couple of things I've heard. I'm sure some of the audience has heard some of the features of it, but
All right.
so first of all, you see the where it says flagship update right there. The lettering that they have on this dial, it looks like it's almost like a wet looking raised type there. Whereas instead of it being maybe painted or etched, I don't know how they were normally printed there. To me, this is a different, something completely different now, where it's raised up and it almost like it has some texture there.
Mm.
The Daytona hands, this is like the Daytona watch. Like, you can like it or not like it, but one of the things you can respect about it is how nice the hands are, and they're angled at just the right way. There's a hole in the middle, and the loom part is only just the little tip of it. So you'll see like this outside here is completely polished white gold with a little channel in it, and then it holds the loom for the hands.
Mm.
All right. Okay, so if you want to scroll down just a little bit further, right there, maybe up some. I just wanted to show you the bottom lip of the. We talked about it a little bit, but scroll back up just a little bit. There we go. See right here. Traditionally, in the modern, I guess the last two rounds, they didn't have any protector on the actual bezel where it hit the case, and so you see that it would get pretty thin to it, and then just kind of have like maybe like a 90-degree drop that goes straight from it. Here they added the case metal around it, and then the insert for the chronograph is sort of like fixed in there. I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually screwed in there. There's no play to it. There's no kind of like tapping on it where you can think if you can get it. It's on there. It's part of it, but it's also got that thin layer around it. And I'm going to show you a second here of kind of where they kind of tested that out.
By the way, that's the printing on the dial that you showed earlier. It is different. It has its own character for sure, but it is also very reminiscent again, and I don't think that's a coincidence, to very early versions of the Zenith Daytona, the reference 16520, which the collectors call porcelain dial, right? Not because it's made out of porcelain or enamel or whatever, but it has this sort of almost glossy whiteness to it, where the script on the dial feels like it's floating on it, right? So it has a similar quality. If I can find, let me see. I think I found it. We'll switch right back. But I think there's a nice, yeah. You see?
Certainly
like you said,
different text. I mean, that's different type.
Very, very different typography, but the way it almost sticks out of the background really reminded me of this character of the 16520 in its earliest iteration. Okay.
On this part, I wanted to point out, if you go up one
here,
yeah, the concentric circles here. So the previous generations had these a little bit wider. I think the circles themselves are actually the same size, but there's more of this white part in the middle, so they're thinner circles. But what makes the modern Daytona really pop against the neo vintage ones is the circles they added here catch the light incredibly. So as you turn your watch, you will see it start to glisten right across. I'm going to do it in front of here. You want to do it on full screen? Let me see.
Sure. Well, you don't have any visuals at all, my friend. So, and it says device not connected now. So I'm expecting you to come back. But yeah, these are the kinds of details, small details that make a big difference that JB is pointing out. Welcome back.
Okay, I'm going to try and see if we can get this. But when you look at just a watch, these watches, I'm going to take it off. All right, here's what I'm saying. The subdial is what makes it. As it turns, it will glisten with the light.
I think you have to hide your face because automatically it kind of focuses on the human face. Okay, now better. Yeah. Yep.
Outside in the car, you'll see it constantly. But what those little concentric circles do is it reflects the light there and brings the subdial up. So I think they did a great job with that. And then the next picture was the 5-digit Daytona compared to the modern one. Do you have that one open?
Yeah, of course.
So on the left here, that's my watch, the 16520, and the brand new ones that came out.
And I love how you got this shot too, because it's it has such a nice yellowish kind of hue that you might mistake it for gold or white gold at least. Whereas
Yep.
it's just a great stainless steel watch.
And if you dig into this a little bit further, you'll see the hour applicators that you have there are still in white gold, but you can see in the new one they've got it filled up more with the lume between the two.
Yeah.
So they're still thin and long, but you can see that they're filled in a little bit more. The other thing is since the last two generations, the outsides of the Daytona are polished. So you can see on the one on the left, right where the lugs are, that is brushed metal by design. So that's like kind of the rugged look that you get around the outside of. You've got a polished bracelet, but and so I included this one as this is kind of like how does the bezel sit on the watch, and I just happen to get a Black Bay chrono that
yeah.
So this was a year ago. They were starting to put, if you look on this right side, there was on this exact bezel they put the same kind of ring.
Or rather, they insert the bezel into the ring, but
Right.
Same difference, as they say.
Yeah.
By the way, of course, one difference to point out, and I guess that's way too obvious since the 5-digit generation belongs to the last century. The lume, of course, is originally tritium in that, and it will have expired, whereas anything that comes after is luminova to superluminova. So it's a different mix to begin with.
And if we look at that comparison again too, this is another obvious one, but the running seconds hand, right? And you saw that even in that test dial, that running seconds hand at 9 o'clock, right? That's the Zenith Daytona was the last time that occurred. They moved it back down to the middle section after this one.
Yep.
In the 40-30.
That's right.
Okay, and so I put this one on there. Here's the sleeper. This is the one after Watches and Wonders no one's talked about. This is the play to go to the AD and get. Probably won't work, but
well,
this is
I'm
the
not
one.
sure if any play, not it might work for you, but not as a first purchase. I think any of the two you would be lucky to get, as anyone would be lucky to get from an AD. But you're right. I mean, it's always. I don't want to say it's always the Panda. I think, and in the 6-digit generation, the market might be like ever so slightly slanted towards the black dial, perhaps, because I feel, with the silver outer rings, the white dial in that 116520 is a little washed out, to me at least, with all due respect to people who own that. But yeah, the black dial is always a sleeper, man. I think it's, I do prefer the white dial, especially in the 5-digit generation, because it has this sort of classic elegance to it too, as much as it is, a great sports heritage chronograph.
Yeah.
The black dial, of course, looks signature Rolex, always.
I think the smaller subdials allow it to be a little more versatile as well. I mean, you could wear a Panda Daytona anywhere. I mean, it's a boss watch like that, but
Sure.
This does a lot of things for me where they're making them a little bit more thin and almost like settled down. Same exact shape and form, but anytime you change a flagship product, and namely every single one of your flagship product, it's an extremely high risk maneuver that their executives are pulling off, to take all of your most successful down and to put all of them back in. I mean, it's a calculated risk that they must have known that these were not going to be a flop or a joke or something else. So I think on this one with the flagship model, they came through. This is still the one to get, if you can.
Honestly, I think to me came through doesn't quite capture it. I think they really hit the ball out of the park with this one. And of course, people will hate on it, because I'm a Rolex fanboy, because we have kind of like the bigotry of low expectations when it comes to Rolex. They do this one little thing and we're like, ah. But quite honestly, I really find in this new lineup a great distillation of 6 decades of tradition. You got elements of some of the best hand wound Daytonas, who got those bezel inserts, bakelite acrylic. So you have that look with, of course, a ceramic insert now that looks a little slimmer, a little more elegant. You have the Zenith Daytona look, um, on the face of it, which celebrated, of course, the 35th anniversary of the first self-winding Rolex chronograph. An occasion on its own right. So in many ways, it took all these different pieces of that history and put it together in one cohesive and compelling package, and couldn't have come off better. I think they did a stellar job. And you know me, again, I'm not even a Daytona guy really, but it's been hitting all the right notes, I think, in quite some time.
If you look at the hands, the minute hands in the new one, I don't know if you can zoom on this platform, but there's not like a mark on the end of there, is there? On the minute hand, that's just like blank.
Say that again.
I was
I couldn't
wondering,
listen to you while I was trying to zoom.
the minute hand that's like right now at 10 after the hour.
Uh-huh.
The very end of it, is there something black on the very end of the hand? Or is that just where the loom stops?
It's just like the hour hands where you have, where the loom stops, right? It's not filled all the way to the end.
Okay.
Just like
Yeah, just
your
like
watch
the
in a
others.
way.
Yeah. It's just hard to see, probably.
Yeah, I
One
think
of the
that's just
changes,
the angle, just the
just
angle of the finishing, I think.
yeah. One of the things I did notice though is as you look on the website with them and you turn the watch around, the watch sides on the old Daytonas were sexy. They were very clean, crisp, nice, buttery turning lines here. You go back a little bit towards the other way on the kind of the side where you don't have your pushers or your crown right here. This is more GM. This to me looks like a chopped up GMT a little bit, whereas previous Daytonas it would start to curve in right from where it starts, where the bracelet starts. It starts to curve really nicely and then nicely around to where it unscrews there in the back. This looks like a GMT that they just shaved down a little bit and then polished.
Yeah, I think there we come to the one point of criticism that I might have. And again, you can't really tell that before you put it on the wrist and see how it feels, but it's much I feel from the looks of it, it's less elegant than how the profile of the case was laid out.
You see how the
You know,
sexy
I
sides
like
are?
I like the way the lugs drooped on the previous generation. I think that was a lovely design.
But you can see to this is a rounded feel. I feel round, 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 round,
Yeah.
and all the way to here. You look at the walls on this one, it's mostly walls and a little bit of shaving.
Yeah, it's a very blocky design seemingly, and it's just a rendering. You know, we might not be able to capture the full feel of it, but overall, especially from the angles and the droop of the lugs, it feels like a blockier case, and that goes at least to my way of answering Aussie's watches. You know, on paper it seems like it has grown into a full 40 millimeter. On the other hand, we will have to see how it wears on the wrist for sure before we take final judgment. But, as you pointed out, that's a significant difference in terms of the case build. And I'm not sure yet what to think of that, even though my first instinct is I like the older design a little better.
We get the chunky monkey here. All right. So this is what I feared, is that they're just taking this. Okay. Now you look at the bottom of this. This looks a lot like the new Daytona. The bottom of it. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. So the bottom here is the lip. Same exact thing. But the sides here, I mean, when I looked at that last picture, it didn't look like they just took a little bit of pieces from here and maybe a little bit of here and then maybe a little from the bottom at an angle and called it good. But this is their chunky GMT tutor. So I have a feeling it's going to be really close to the look and the feel of this, since they have the bezel that's connected this way, along with the metal ring that went around the bezel. This has got brush sides on the outside. The Daytona's got polished. So, they're keeping the flagship as a little bit nicer, but man, if they start with this and then all they do is shave down, it's a huge difference from my whole thing is I'm slim right here. I mean, I'm always, I don't know. It's a big difference between that and here where they're just gonna shave it down.
Yeah. By the way, I really love Aussie's take here. BB Chrono is lovely. His reads 100 IQ. I can't read the subdials with that snowflake hand, which is my take.
Mm-hmm.
But 145 IQ Aussie expat says, I like how it
They
looks.
were ripping him up because he admitted his IQ score.
So
to
why?
Back up.
I highly recommend. Please subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches for more takes like this at 145 plus IQ. Please.
That would be a 100 IQ play. Yeah, my gripe on this guy is the chronograph goes up to 45 minutes. No more.
Yeah, it's because you're such a big soccer fan. I know.
Mm-hmm.
You can time the half exactly. Now that they are adding, as you know, those excruciating plus
8 minutes.
10 kind of
I
injury
know.
times at the end of the half. What did you think of the 4-0 trashing of Barcelona at Camp Nou?
Not good.
Did you watch it? No?
I didn't watch it. No, I haven't. I've only been watching the full game highlights, which are like maybe 10 minutes or so. I haven't got around to all of them
No,
yet.
I mean this was great news because Benzema became only the second Real Madrid player to score a hat trick in Camp Nou after Ferenc Puskás, which is like
Wow.
one of the biggest legends of the game, of course, the mighty Magyar.
Yeah.
So anyway, Real is
Karim
Real
Benzema.
is doing well. I mean, they're not gonna win the La Liga this year, but pushed Barca out of Copa del Rey. I think they will completely chomp Chelsea to bits and play probably Manchester City in the semifinal. So we'll see. Maybe number 15 is coming for the Champions League. So speaking of watches that you would like to get, you're looking for a couple of pieces too. I remember you had sent out an offer. Did anyone respond to that?
They responded. They said they wanted to talk more about it, and I basically said, if you got your wire instructions, I think we've got a price. Otherwise, I mean, I'll have to call you back in a couple of days. But
Good.
I don't want to get in a song and dance. I don't want them profiling me too much. I'm willing to pay that for that price for a watch in that condition. And yeah.
Yeah, I think look, speaking of IQ point-based reads, I would say this: the beta male move is to go into the secondary markets and pay premium. Alpha male move is to buy at retail, and sigma male move is what you did. This is my budget. You take it. That's okay. I will follow my own path, and an opportunity might strike, and you might still get exactly what you want. Maybe not immediately, but good things come to those who wait.
Right. There's others that are going to start at really a number that they don't think they can get. And the other one starts at the other end, which a lot of times is just the retail price. And, I didn't want to hassle with them. I put a fair offer in, and we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah.
Sometimes they like sometimes they like the box that it sits in their vault more than they like my cash. I kind of like my cash.
Look, I mean, sometimes they end up, at the end of the day, they're gambling, and the house always wins in a way. So if they are sitting on a huge capital, and I'm not going to expose any part of the dealing here, but they are a global company, right?
Yeah.
So they can afford to sit, just like the absentee, multinational corporation landlords in, downtown LA or San Francisco can have these high rises and make half of it sit empty because it doesn't damage them. They don't want to give anyone a discounted rent, right?
But if they have the same watch on Chrono 24 that is 7% higher, or on eBay for the same price, which is going to give fees as well, is it too much to ask for a couple thousand off on a?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they're essentially gambling because they're expecting they're testing you. They're expecting you to come back with a higher offer. They may or may not go back to your first offer and entertain it if you hold out, or they are gambling even harder and they're expecting, maybe wishfully thinking, that the market will bounce back in a few months, just like those kinds of real estate moguls are expecting the housing market to bounce back up, in less than a year. And they're saying, hey, we can fill it up. We can deal with vacancies now. It
I
might
wish
be
them the
their
best.
downfall. Yeah,
I wish
it
them.
might
I
end
wish
up
them the
being
best,
their
and
downfall.
it might work for them. They still need to have another buyer that has cash, like me. And that's cool. I hope I get it.
Me too. I think that's a nice watch, and that already, that gives you a very good Daytona slash, chrono collection already, because you have the Black Bay chrono, you have the Navi timer, you will have, those three pieces. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'll definitely share with everybody if it comes through. But I'm not going to be paying the full price, and I'll try and work it out with them tomorrow. But I kind of am where I am. I'm all right with not buying it, and maybe waiting 6 weeks. I'll wait 8 weeks.
We'll see. We'll see. I think you will, in either case, you will come up on the better end of that deal. I think it's always best. Sometimes your best chip for negotiation is your ability to walk away. You
Right.
can have all the wealth and all the savings in the world, and nothing will be enough if you're always willing to pay the tag price, pay the asking price. It's always good to strike a deal. It feels better anyways. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I am like that. I can't fix it. You offer something to me at $8, and I know it's for $10 on the market. I'll still try to talk you down to 6. Can't help it. It's how I'm built. So sometimes the pleasure is also in trying to negotiate the deal. I think that's the best part of doing business, honestly, on either end, because at the end, I will never sell something for a price that will put me in a difficult situation, and I will never pay or overpay for something that will put me in a difficult situation. So as long as both parties are working with that goal in mind, nothing can go wrong.
Yeah. Those Cartiers that are in like your thumbnail for this video, man, those are amazing.
Right? And
I couldn't believe. I mean, the picture where all the little pieces were kind of exploding out. I mean, is that not just the pinnacle of industrial engineering and design?
I think that's the thing. Again, that I've said this many times, that I'm not a huge fan of skeletonized dials. Certainly, I don't fall for open worked stuff just for the sake of it. But the way they put the balance wheel right there, nicely exposed at 11 o'clock, put the mainspring at 1 o'clock, you have the micro rotor again as basically the centerpiece of the dial, the bridges, the rubies, all the right accents.
Crown jewel.
And it's just actually it's a different looking watch almost in every metal, right? I do prefer the stainless steel at any rate, but the others are beautiful in their own right too, whether it's the limited edition with the navy lacquer or the pink gold. It's just amazing.
Yeah, the blue and the gold is a timeless combo that'll never die. It may not always be in the most trendy style, but yeah. So their sales are going up considerably. I still love that PVD
Yeah.
Santos. They're steady around like 6 to 7 thousand, but you see a lot of pro athletes right now wearing Cartier. You see a lot of poker players wearing Cartier. You see them out and about, and it has an instant connection to, like, girls will recognize the brand too. And so I don't think it's a bad thing that, they'll know that that's like a classy jewelry piece, at least, even if they don't know watches. But I'm sure they would assume that they make good stuff. But yeah, did they give away any awards or anything, or is this just, hey, these are our new watches?
What do you mean?
Did the Cartiers win any kind of awards, or were there awards that were going on?
So here's the thing. Actually, there's, as you always know, there's always politics behind awards shows, behind trade shows. Watches and Wonders just became more inclusive, and the plan is to make it even more inclusive. As you know, they built it on the base of the Richemont show that was based in Geneva and rivaled the traditional Basel Fair, Basel World. Everyone immigrated now with the failure of the Basel World in kind of contending with the COVID crisis to Geneva. And now, in fact, the CEO of the Watches and Wonders Foundation is Rolex CEO. Dufault is the CEO of the Watches and Wonders. Now, you have a similar kind of, but Watches and Wonders doesn't include everyone, right? Swatch Group isn't there, for example, right? So they're trying to make that more inclusive. I don't know if they would join, but we will see. In the same way, when you come to the Grand Prix, the Grand Prize of Horology in Geneva, that's usually awarded in November. Rolex stopped participating. They just sent Tudor. And Richemont doesn't send any of their brands except for Van Cleef Arpels. And those usually are like very artistic, mechanical clocks, so a lot of times they don't compete. Richemont brands for the last few years didn't compete in the grand prize. I'm sure they can get rewarded with something or awarded some other prize at some point, but Cartier's success has been, not that that's a bad thing, has been purely commercial, purely in the ability to sell their watches and just create that sort of broad base of customers that are seemingly coming back as well.
I got the new Revolution magazine that was sent to the house, and
Nice.
I was going through the brands that had exhibitions, and there's probably a dozen here that I don't even know a single watch that they have. So when you say it's inclusive, it's inclusive where even some of the up and comer or some of the junior brands?
Hey, look, for 48 brands. 48 brands were represented. I think maybe it was even 49. I think that was like a last minute addition because they stopped saying 48 and started saying 49 at some point. I don't know what that was, but just quickly, you have all the usual suspects, but also, some smaller but more popular brands like Alpina, Ferdinand Constant, Angelus, Arnold and Son. You have the entire Richemont group, of course, from Baume & Mercier to Lange to Cartier to all different brands, Chanel, Chopard, Cyrus, Chapek, Chrono Swiss, Bell & Ross, Ferdinand Berthoud, Grönefeld, Grand Seiko, Hachek, Hublot, Hermes,
Your favorite Mont Blanc?
Oris, Mont Blanc, Louis Moinet, Rebellion, Renaissance, Rudi Silva, Speak Marin, Trilobe, U-Boat, Zenith, Ulysse Nardin, well-known, Pekinier, small, independent, Parmigiani, emergent, Laurent Ferrier, and Gégé de Courtois, usual suspects. And then there was also concurrently Time to Watches, which I think had another 24 or something, or maybe more, in fact.
Right.
And then there was also a gathering of AHCI, which was, of course, the Academy of Independent Creators, right? This is the group of, like, this is kind of the brain trust of independent watchmakers, which have like constant members, and every year they kind of involve more people, anyone from Sven Anderson to Hajime Asaoka, Felix Baumgartner, from Uhrwerk fame, Vincent Calabrese, Philippe Dufort, Konstantin Chaikin, Vianney Olter, all these people, they were François Bourgeon, they were all exhibiting in their own way as well. So, I mean, all this goes to say it's a great time to be in Geneva. Happy Easter. It's already Good Sunday. Nice reminder, Shamba, and thank you for your generosity. £199 sterling. I appreciate you, and thank you for wishing Happy Easter to the members of our community who are celebrating. And once again, Hag Sameach, and good Pesach for everyone who celebrates it as well.
It's getting late for me. I think it's about time you're going to probably wrap up, right?
Same. I do want to, now that I stayed up all this time, I think I'm going to discuss, like, the last half dozen watches from that auction. So tomorrow when I come back, we discuss a different auction, we discuss different watches. But I'm very grateful that you dropped by. We had a nice hour-long conversation, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Always glad to come on. I love the show. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much, JB. Thank you for sharing your watches. Thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you for contributing to the show. As always, much appreciated, man.
You got it.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your presence and support. I have a few more things to cover here. This auction has another week to go before it finalizes. The bidding opened a little more than a day ago, and it's closing on the 14th in local time, which coincides with the 13th for us. So less than a week to go, in fact. Now, all the lots are separated from each other by intervals, so they don't all end at the same time. So be mindful of that. Of course, earlier lots will end earlier. We talked a lot about Chopard. Their Mille Miglia series has been mainstay. It has this kind of, so bad that it's good style of tire looking rubber strap, which I actually love. Carbon fiber effect on the dial. Um, as you guys know, uh, well, perhaps Karl Friedrich Schäufele is actually a good friend of the famous driver Jackie X, and they actually do the Mille Miglia together. I don't know if they still do it. I believe that they have done it as recently as a few years ago. So the brand actually has a very strong connection to that tradition. Um, and they have always had a nice line of sporty chronographs that emphasize that connection. This is lot number 8843, self-winding titanium chronograph on a rubber band, 3 registers, big eyes, with the dates between 4 and 5, reference number 8407. Of course, a certified chronometer. This chronograph from around 2015 is currently being bid at 510 in US dollars with about a week to go. Harry Winston has very interesting watches. I want to pay a little bit of attention to like the 5 they have here. A lot of them are pretty similar to each other, have retrograde complications. There's a perpetual calendar, there's a tourbillon, and I think they all deserve some sort of attention. They used to be incredible deals. That's no longer quite the case, but it's still worth looking at them. This is a chronograph, tourbillon, which has, of course, kind of an eccentric dial with a 30-minute counter, with its unique expression here at 3 o'clock. Of course, you have the tourbillon cage, which is also offset, and a centrally deployed seconds hand, which is heat blued, of course, for the chronograph. Very nice design on the pushers as well for this limited edition white gold piece that is 42.5 millimeters in diameter. A very beautifully designed and presented movement too. Harry Winston usually, used to make some innovative pieces. I haven't really followed them so much in the last few years. The famous design that takes after the flagship facade of the brand, of course. And this is the Harry Winston Midnight limited edition white gold tourbillon chronograph from around 2010 at lot number 8852, currently being bid at 12,739 in US dollars. Yes, happy month of Ramadan as well. Thank you, Bruce G. 8853 is a Premier X Center, which is a more dressier expression, 39 millimeters in diameter. It's another chronograph, and all the 3 registers are retrograde hands, right? You have the off-center main dial pushed towards 12 o'clock. You have a 60 seconds counter here, which of course sets back at the top of the minutes. 30-minute totalizer, which snaps back once that cycle is completed, and a 12-hour counter, which does the same at the 13th hour, at the beginning of the 13th hour. It's a great piece of design, lovely caliber as well. A beautiful white gold piece. Has a starting bid right around $10,000, but lot number 8853, which is the Premier X Center Tri-Retrograde Chronograph by Harry Winston. It has not yet attracted any bids. Next is another iteration of this particular case design at a smaller 37.5 millimeter expression with a two-tone gray dial. It has like a double seconds hand, right? 30, 0 to 30, and then 30 to 60. And it has also the dates at 6 o'clock. It's a platinum piece. Limited edition, again. 1 of 100. And this piece also has not yet attracted any bids. And the starting bid for lot number 8854, which is a Harry Winston Premier X Center bi-retro second platinum limited edition watch, is around 6,369. That's the starting bid. You have another example of it, of that same piece. Again, 1 of 100. The bi-retro second Premier X Center by Harry Winston in platinum with a starting bid of 8,280. I think the price difference can be explained by the fact that lot number 8854 comes as a naked watch, whereas 8855 actually comes with the accompanying material, including the presentation box. So that's why it starts at about the $2,000 premium. 8856 is an ocean perpetual calendar chronograph, of course, with a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock as well. This is a platinum limited edition Harry Winston Ocean Perpetual, a self-winding piece, 1 of 100, 38 millimeter in diameter, so nicely wearable and very balanced piece of design as well, with the 3 subdials and the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. The elements of that iconic facade of the flagship Harry Winston store, the evocations of its columns, I think work really well with this particular piece. Lot number 8856 already attracted a few bids, and with about a week to go, the bidding stands at 8,917 in US dollars. So let's see what else we have left. Please hit the like button while I'm wrapping up the show. I appreciate your presence and support. We have a couple more Argenta watches that I want to talk about, the Porsche design as well. Let's take a look. Speaking of PVD coated watches, since Meech is gone for the moment, we can talk about this one. This is a limited edition Ocean PVD coated Xalium with an alarm complication and day and night indication as well. A very unique piece, kind of their sports watch design with an integrated rubber band. Quite an interesting movement architecture. I think that is in itself fascinating to behold, if you ask me. I always love an alarm complication. Lot number 8857 started at no reserve, but it has already attracted a number of bids. For this 45.5 millimeter in diameter watch, quite a presence on the wrist. The current bid starts at almost 4,500 in US dollars with about a week to go. And we have Harry Winston take of the more humble Submariner in platinum at 36 millimeters with sword hands, rotational timing bezel, date at 6 o'clock, the Harry Winston logo at 12, and this Ocean has a nice central sweeping seconds hand in red as well. It is lot number 8858, and it has received the first bid, which met the reserve, and the bidding currently stands at 3,822 in US dollars for this Ocean Submariner dates in platinum from 1996, a 36 millimeter diver watch by Harry Winston on a rubber band. At lot number 8866, we have a Argenta reference 1513. It is a yellow gold open worked piece that has a setting of diamonds at the periphery of the dial, retailed by Muawad in 1995. A very beautiful and elegant piece of horological demonstration. And that's a Lebanese jeweler, by the way. And this piece is 35.5 millimeters in diameter and has a lug design that's like a more minimal or minimalistic version of that Van Dom lugs. First designed by Louis Cartier. And I think the case is signed in the back, as you can see, by Mawed as well. Very beautiful piece, very unique. At lot number 8866, the piece failed to attract any bids, but the starting bid is actually very reasonable for this unique piece. Well, not pièce unique, but a rare piece, by a starting bid of 69 US dollars. You might get a step closer to owning a piece like this, which I'm sure will appreciate since they are reviving the brand and are probably going to focus on elegant jewelry like pieces like this, perhaps in more complicated and increasingly unobtainable versions, but that's another discussion altogether. Let's look at a couple more obtainable watches. 8869 is the Richeville, which is a very underrated Girard-Perregaux model. It's kind of their tonneau cased watch. It's kind of their version of the Tortue. Has that tonneau shaped case. In this case, it's a two-tone execution, so it has a pink gold bezel, round design dial, really, even if it's fitted into a case shape that follows the line, is the dial that follows the lines of the case. Roman numerals, a 2-register chronograph with heat-blued steel hands, and I think a beautiful look, perhaps not very complicated or special, but this reference 2710 has a great look and a touch of extra flair with the pink gold bezel as well. That's lot number 8869, which has a starting bid of 1,911, because no one bit the bullet just yet. And the last watch I'm going to be presenting on today, as I am slowly signing off, is this Porsche design by IWC, the reference 3520, in titanium, with a very unique piece of design. It is kind of like an unadorned version of the Ocean series of diver watches that they designed designed and supplied to the Bundeswehr, and also produced in civilian versions too, both Ocean 2000s and watches that had lesser depth rating as well. Those actually came on kind of an integrated titanium iteration as well, with the full bracelet, but they also came on different kinds of straps too. This piece in titanium comes on a strap, and it has these interesting end link structure for a perfectly round watch, a 3-hander with date at 3 o'clock, 35 millimeter case, so very universally wearable, quite small, probably started with no reserve at lot number 8870, but with about a week to go, it is now being bid at 637 US dollars. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for supporting me, for all your interventions, interjections, questions, and suggestions in the chat. Thank you, Big Meech, JB, and of course, the governor for jumping on the panel. I appreciate your contributions. Shamba Basher, of course, as well as Jake Brooks, Ghost Basil, Bezels, and Nick Butter for your super chats. So appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will see you all tomorrow in a live stream again. But until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I wish you a good night or a good morning. I bid you adieu. Hit the like button, guys, and contribute to the channel. Bye.